Well, good evening, everybody out there. How are we? Sorry about the delay. I ran into a little bit of an issue, so sorry about that. Oh, okay. Yeah, I ran into a little bit of an issue. Sorry about that. Crit, True, Sober. Let's see. We also had Aelin. We had Itzy. We had a bunch of awesome people. I'm sorry about the wait. Really, really sorry about the wait. Yeah, it just is. What a friggin' day. So how's everybody doing? How we all doing tonight? Starting to get worried? No, nothing to be worried about. Nope. Oops. Hang on one second. I just have to fix one of my lights here. You're drunk. Oh boy. She's only on her second. Oh god. Well, that's... Oh boy. Okay. Oh god. Okay, now let's see if this will work. Yes, good. Good, good, good. All right. Subnautica, there it is. It's vodka? Oh my god. Eat some damn it carbs. Why is this taking so long? There we go. I hate this phone. That's okay. How you doing, Itzy? How are the things? Oh, it does help if I, do this. There we go. Not getting better? I'm sorry, Itzy. Okay. The hell was I gonna do? I'm trying to remember what the hell we did. Trying to remember what the hell was done. And what I was in the process of doing. Let me see. I know I remember getting like a bunch of good stuff. I remember losing the module for the Seamoth, which really sucks. Guess you haven't found a replacement yet? No, because I've gone back. I went back to where I got it, and it's only a one-time deal, and I couldn't figure out where the hell I was supposed to go. So yeah, I'm kind of stuck. Oh, the Aftershocks are revolting, but silver tastes like old pennies. Yeah, it's the consistency of those little soap balls that dissolve in the bath. Yeah, Aftershock is not fun. Like, at all. Oh, actually, you know one, at least in my opinion, that really gets to me? I haven't had it since college. The one that gets to me, Goldschlager.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Not sure you've ever had it. Goldschlager is it if you only have like maybe one or two like shots, it basically like initially tastes like big red cinnamon gum, right? But the more you drink it, the less it tastes like that, and instead ends up tasting, what's the best way to put this? It basically ends up tasting like, have you ever been in a garage, right? And people are working on cars and you get that like metallic taste in your mouth, right? It tastes like that, but like somebody tried to cover it up with cinnamon flavored, I guess you could call it hairspray, almost. And Goldschlager also has little like specks of gold in it. So what it does is when you take a shot, it cuts your, it helps like put little like nicks and cuts in your throat so that the alcohol gets into your bloodstream faster. I can't even think about the smell of tequila without wanting to actually die. That's fair. That's fair. The only time I actually will drink tequila is if I'm having a tequila sunrise, but everything has to be insanely ice cold. Malibu, fair. Again, totally fair. Okay, radio is still good. Oh, yeah. Shit. Oh, perfect. Okay. Have a solution? I am all ears. I don't have a problem with tequila or gin, but also haven't drank so much to have poisoned myself for life. You know what? I've never been able to actually have gin. To me, gin just smells like a pine tree. Okay, here, and let me bring up some tunes. That's really loud. There we go. Build a moon pool, then build a vehicle upgrade station, then you can build a new one. So I need to get a vehicle upgrade station. I think I have like one more blueprint that I need to get for the upgrade station. I have a moon pool already built. Yeah. It's just getting the modification station that I need to do. Well, I have the moon pool. That I can actually show you. Here's the moon pool. I just need the upgrade or the modification station. Well, it was a giant pain placing it. That was the big thing. It was a real giant pain trying to place it.
Welcome aboard, Captain. Systems online.
Ooh, actually, hang on. Yeah, the placement was not the most fun thing in the world. Wait, why is this... Hang on.
All systems online.
There we go. Yeah, moon pool placement was not the most fun thing. Okay, I already have that one. Oh, wait a minute, wait. Hang on. Shit, I think I know where I gotta go, and I'm not looking forward to it. Fuck. It's not a deal breaker, but it sure makes things less of a ball ache. Yeah. Well, and here's why, because things are starting to come back to me. So if I remember correctly, which really sucks, I have to go back to Life Pod 19, which is the one here that's 300 meters down. That's not good. I already have the laser cutter. Shit. Okay. A very, very long air tube. That would not be fun. So, how was everybody's day today? Took off early, hung out with a friend, feels good, man. Hell yeah.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
Stir fry. Ooh. Made stir fry again. Took a stroll in the park. Played Pacific Drive. Pretty good. Nice.
Warning. Maximum depth reached.
Nope. Back
Hull
off.
damage imminent.
Back off. There we go. This could be really stupid. Hang on.
Passing 200 meters. Oxygen efficiency greatly decreased. Signal location uploaded to PDA. Integrating new PDA data. Integrating new PDA data.
Okay, that went a lot better than I thought it would. Let me see something. No, that's not it. Roasted chicken and southern fried seasoning. And then checked in some chow mein sauce with veggies and rice noodles. Ooh. That sounds really good. Oh my god. Aelin. Jesus. Aelin coming in with 20 gifted subs. Sweet mother of God. Aelin, thank you so much. Might have hit the fuck it button. Oh no. Thank you, Aelin. Thank you. Sweet Jesus. Tall crew, if you're reading this, you can follow the automatic distress signal broadcast by the Slightpod Zoggenborg computer. Contrary to my orders, I've been forced to evacuate. Your orders are to disregard my safety and attempt to reach the designated rendezvous coordinates at the nearest landmass. I hope to see you there. That's the rendezvous. Okay. I guess we're going to the rendezvous. And order something ridiculous on Amazon. Oh boy. Not expensive, just ridiculous. Yes. Oh shit, wait a minute. Turn that off. There we go. Okay. But see, I've already been here, and this is where I'm like, well, now what? Because I remember being told, okay, well, then you have to go back to LifePod 19, because that's where the other thing would be. But I was just down there, and I didn't see it. Oh, shit. Oh, I know where I am. Okay. But this isn't going to get me anywhere. You act like I don't have to buy Lance Christmas presents eventually. Oh boy. Subnauseous. Doc, how you doing? Need to explore around 19. This is for the upgrade station, right, Doc? Because I was literally just there and couldn't find anything. Okay, that was... Don't do that. Okay. So, let me do this then. Turn that on. Drink that.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Ow, our ankles, yes. My God. Aylin, thank you so much. Thank you for that 20 gifted subs.
Maximum
Oh. We're fine. Everything's good. That's 13. That's 19. Okay. Let me get it. That's not how you get out.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
There. Okay, here. I want to get my choo-choo emote. Nice. Thank you so much, Aylin. Played a fair amount of horror games. There's totally different kind of horror in the thalassophobic freak of the sea moth's buckling hull. True, actually. You know what it reminds me of? And I haven't seen this movie in forever, but now I really, really want to watch it. The Abyss.
Passing 200 meters. Oxygen efficiency greatly decreased.
It's in the vicinity of the wreck. Because, see, I'm not seeing anything in the vicinity of the wreck. Oh, what are you? Ow. Ow. That was the power cell charger. I'll take the lithium, though.
30 seconds.
So it's not like where I keep diving down into, right, Doc? It's like right where the closest landmass stuff is. That's what you're saying? Like before I go down in the hole. Oh, there's a wreck here. And I have a laser cutter. Ooh. Ooh.
Passing 200 meters. Oxygen efficiency greatly decreased.
Fire suppression system.
Required.
Okay. Power cell charger. Pick up microscope.
Acquired. 30 seconds.
That's fine. If I can get out of the... Get in the hole! There we go. There's a parody. Do you... I'm sure a lot of people know the, that Alice in Chains song, right? I'm down in a hole. That one. Somebody did a parody of that song, but it was Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs. And the whole song is him talking to the senator's daughter, I can never remember her name, and telling her how screwed she was the entire time. So instead of I'm down in a hole, it's you're down in the hole. And then he keeps talking about how he likes to tuck in his junk. Sample analyzer, huh? Okay, so there is another way in. There is.
Passing 200 meters. Oxygen efficiency greatly decreased.
Because we're going to be here for a minute. So I want to see if I can find lay good stuff. And see, there has to be another way in, right? There has to be. I mean, there's definitely more crap over here, which I'll be checking out in a minute, because holy shit, there's a lot of stuff. And I also see a glowing thing, but... yeah... well, maybe there isn't. Prawn suit torpedo arm fragment. Okay.
30 seconds.
Warning. Maximum depth reached.
Nope,
Hull
we're good.
damage imminent.
No, we're fine. Oh yeah, and I did get everything for the prawn suit. Bioreactor. Got that. Prawn suit fragment. More torpedo arm. Nice. Moon pool.
Acquired.
I got that already, but I'll take it. There's a radio here, which doesn't do me any good. Got it. That's a bioreactor fragment. Already have that. Oh, Christ, there's quite a bit down here.
30 seconds.
Just easy peasy. Just ease it on in.
Warning. Maximum depth reached. Hull damage
That light on its side is craftable. What light? I'm going back out anyway, so.
Passing 200 meters. Oxygen efficiency greatly decreased.
Was it a big rectangle light? Because I already have that. I just haven't done anything with it. Yes! Got it. Why did it not... Hang on.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Modification station. Why did it not go off? That... No. Are we sure it's the modification station? What was the thing that I was looking for before? Because I just grabbed one and it didn't update. Both are here, you're looking for vehicle upgrade station, but you also need modification station. Okay, so I need vehicle upgrade and modification. Got it. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, I need one more mod station one, which I'm not seeing here. Unless it's possibly buried, but it's not. That's just a chair. I can't laser cut through that.
30 seconds.
That was another moon pool fragment. This is the real pain in the ass. Vehicle upgrade is going to be a data bank, not something you can scan, and I think it might be among this wreckage. So, top left, I know it's hard to see, but top left, where you see the beacon arrow on my HUD next to the compass, that might be it, if that's the case.
Passing 200 meters. Oxygen efficiency greatly decreased.
Vehicle upgrade console.
Acquired.
Nice. Okay, so I just need... Let me just double check here. So I need one more modification station. Gotcha. There's some good shit down here, too. God damn. That's a chair. That's a moon pool fragment, which I don't need because I already have. Oh, Cyclops. Or prawn torpedo arm, I should say. Not Cyclops. Prawn torpedo. Bioreactor.
30 seconds.
swing this baby over. Go over this way. Oh, I was watching stuff earlier today, and I know some of you will know who this is, but I hadn't seen these guys in forever, and I was laughing my ass off. It's been easily like 10 years, right? Easily 10 years since I've seen it. And I was crying, I was laughing so hard. The Ricky Gervais Show with Carl Pilkington.
Passing 200 meters.
Oh, this light right here? Yeah. I have this already. Not familiar? Oh my god. Carl Pilkington is such a fucking tool. But that's what makes it so funny. That's another moon pool. Sober might know who Carl Pilkington is. That's bioreactor. I already have that. Prawn suit. Bioreactor. A dickhead is what he is, and the best. Oh my god, he really is the best kind. Like, he's so stupid that Ricky Gervais, the whole premise is Ricky Gervais wants to make him famous because everything that comes out of his mouth is just so dumb, it's incredibly funny. So, for instance, I think there was, I can't remember who said it, but there's this one point in the show where they always bring up a journal or a diary that Carl has to keep every day. And he had read a quote from somebody famous, and it was something along the lines of, the only thing holding you back... Well, oh yeah, the only thing holding you back is the fears of your dreams, or something to that extent, right? And he immediately wrote, well, that doesn't work everywhere because ants don't sleep. That's the worst part, is that he's not wrong, but it's so fucking stupid. He really is the best in the worst possible way, because ants don't sleep. I'm way too drunk to be trusted. Oh no. Maybe you should take it easy, Aelin. Just, you know, get a little bit of water. Something, anything that isn't alcohol. I'll check over here again.
Passing 200 meters. Oxygen efficiency greatly decreased.
Oh, dear God. Aelin coming in with 20 more gifted Dubs. Sweet Jesus. Aelin, thank you. I don't think I'm supposed to be able to get in here. Aelin, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Holy Christ. Okay, so I was wrong. There's nothing in here. This place sucks dick. Got it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Aelin. My God.
30 seconds.
Pilkington's like when someone says British man and you think of that guy down the pub in a football shirt who thinks the first man on the moon was Neil deGrasse Tyson and supports Toten. Yeah. Aelin, thank you, thank you, thank you. Holy shit. Here, hang on. Ricky Gervais show, Carl's diary. Carl's complete diary. Oh, dear God. Well, we're not going to listen to the whole thing, but...
Carl's been on holiday again, hasn't he?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, because, Carl, you don't do anything.
And you have weekends off. You take at least 5 or 6 weeks holiday a year. Even though you haven't got a job now, you're meant to be doing this.
I have seen Idiot Abroad, yes. That's so funny.
And yet you still
So
go
your
on
whole
holiday.
life's a holiday, basically.
Yeah, why do you need a holiday? You potter around. Your big day last week was going to the cobblers. So why do you need a break so much this week?
It's just that, you know, it's good for your brain and that, isn't it? It opens it up a bit.
You are not evidence for that.
Where did you go?
Gran Canaria.
For a week?
Yeah.
Just sitting around?
Well, there isn't much else to do at Gran Canaria. I mean, I don't want to go slagging a place off because every time I seem to talk about somewhere, get into trouble for it.
Right.
But it's just like a big rock. It's just volcanic, innit? It's
And
just,
you must have looked like a little barnacle on that.
Have you been there before?
been near it before to another rock, which was just
But
it
what,
was the
you
same
had your
sort of
fingers
thing.
burned. Why did you go back?
Because you think, well, they can't have loads of these islands that are the same, like just a big rock with hotels on. They can't get away with it. So you think,
And they
well, the
obviously
next
are
one.
getting away with it. But why do you keep going to these places that are rocks? Why don't you investigate first? Ask your travel agent, is this a giant rock?
Because that's what you do, innit? You go and find out yourself. I mean, when Armstrong went to the moon, what was he expecting up there? That's a fact. That's a big rock, and he still went all that way.
I don't know what that point was.
No, so
Fair enough.
what I'm saying is though,
What do you make of this place? You enjoy it, Gran Canaria? It was just a big rock, but did you
I bet the moon was better.
Really?
What did you do?
It was just one of them. It was big hotel, like big massive places where there's loads of people, and you know you go for your dinner.
That describes a hotel.
Yeah.
No,
Sounds like
no.
that to me.
You've nailed that.
I've been to a few. That sounds like it.
No, but do you know what I mean though? There's the nice small ones where it's just enough people, but this is like mental, and it was full of old people really. I mean that's probably why it's called Gran Canaria, right? Because it's just
Grannies
old people.
everywhere.
Yeah, right. But what I thought I'd start doing is start a diary,
Oh no.
Okay, why?
just because I sort of had a bit of time on my hands and that. Just thought, write it down, write stuff down.
And do you hope that this one day will become one of the great literary documents like Samuel Pepys' diary?
I haven't heard of that. Is it any good?
You've never heard of Samuel Pepys' diary?
No,
The most famous diary, other than probably Anne Frank's.
I've heard of Anne Frank's and that, and I thought if she's sat in a loft, knocking stuff up, not much going on in her life at that point, yet she
Sure.
was still writing it down.
Yeah. Whereas
Thought,
you've
well,
been
I'm
to
on
Gran
holiday.
Canaria. Yeah.
I thought, so there is stuff going on that I can chat about. Start a diary.
Sure.
You started a diary.
Yeah,
And what are you going to do? Did you keep it up every day?
yeah. Just
Oh, can I read it, please?
well, a diary is meant to be sort of.
Please, can I read some out on this podcast? Carl.
Some of it though is only relevant to me. It's sort of.
Oh, this is. Please give me it. Oh my God.
I mean, this isn't. I haven't just.
It's
Oh
one
my
of those
God.
desk diaries.
It's huge. It's about a foot long, and it's Oh, that is amazing. Imagine if Anne Franks had been like that. As she got out, Right, everyone would have heard it clank down on the desk.
Yeah, but my writing's quite big, isn't it?
Oh, look, give us that.
Oh,
Give us that.
do you know about joined up writing? Have you
This
heard
is
about
There's
that?
no point.
Amazing.
Sometimes you can't read it, can you? So it's
Right,
best to
okay.
look at ancient
look!
times.
Oh my God! It starts on the first day. This is wonderful. Going on holiday to Gran Canaria today. Woke up to the news that Tony Banks had died. There was a piece on the news about how everyone was shocked. Got me thinking about an invention that was being good. Right, a watch that counted down your life. If it says you've got 3 days left, go to the doctors. Told Suzanne about invention. She said she wouldn't buy one. But she said that about the iPod.
How and how would this device work? This watch. I mean, how would you know when you were about to die? Is that a concern? Again, not for you to worry about. Presumably the boffins and
No, all I was thinking is that Tony Banks fella, you know, he died and everyone...
It's just shit like that constantly, right? Oh yeah, told Suzanne. Suzanne is his girlfriend. Told Suzanne about the idea. She said she wouldn't buy it, but she also said that about the iPod. It's like, what the hell is he doing?
Fishmongers and all the different fish they had in the window. It's like a child in one of those kids' TV shows.
I know.
Mr. Pilkington went to the fishmonger. He stopped and looked at all the fish in the window.
Hello, Mr. Dilkington, they said.
There was a newspaper clipping stuck on the glass about a two-headed fish that they've made in Taiwan. I don't see the point in doing this, as a fish having two heads ain't going to solve the world's hunger problems, as the head is the bit you throw away. Invent a fish with two bodies, and I'd say well done.
Point, isn't it?
Suzanne watched one of her favourite TV programmes. I've told her the telly only goes on if there's something she wants to watch. If there's nothing on, she has to talk to me about stuff I've learnt. Like Descartes. Watched a programme on him the other day. He is the one who said something like, I know I'm about 'cause I dream. Doesn't work for everything, 'cause ants don't sleep. I don't know if I'd like that or not. You don't know if you would like it if you didn't ever
Not
sleep.
sleeping. It's just one long day.
The worst bit is that's the saddest part, is that he's not technically wrong. He really is not technically wrong. It's just he's such a dickhead. He's such a galactic dickhead that you just want to hate him. That's all you want to do. But you can't, because he's just so lovable. It's like a child, right? Like he's got like it's like a child who knows that they're smart, but they're only smart to an extent. If that makes any sense.
Calorie intake recommended.
The hell was that? Something popped up. What was it? Basically pulls when they make him do cultural stuff in other countries are hilarious. He's so... Oh my god. Most of the time... I'm gonna have to come back because I need food. Most of the time, this is what, like, gets me with him, is... Like, he doesn't understand the concept of things. Like, for instance... They were talking about time travel, right? Like the concept of time travel and how, like, you know, maybe somebody would go back in time and kill Hitler, or, you know, maybe they might visit ancient Rome, stuff like that. And he doesn't understand the concept, not of time travel, but as to why people would go so far back in time. Like, his idea of going back in time would be to, like, go 2 or 3 years back in time because he got screwed on a thing, specifically so that he can show up and everybody knows he's from the future, so that he can look at them and go, hey, don't do that, and then just leave. That's it. Like, so him going back in time only benefits him, but not far enough to the point where it would make any massive difference to the world or his life in general.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
It's like, what is wrong with this man? Come to find out, quite a bit. And Ricky just fucking loses his mind listening to Carl the entire time. Go back to 2018 and warn people that Game of Thrones is going to have a bet. Yeah, it's crap like that, right? That's exactly what it is. Like, but he'd put it like, well, I go back to 2018. And they'd be like, why would you go back to 2018? He'd be like, because I want people to know that Game of Thrones is right crap. Does that affect anybody's life in a positive way for the better? Not really,
Vital signs.
but also kinda. Like, it's that stupid. He's just, oh god. I literally put him up there with Philomena Kunk. Oh my god, imagine Carl and Philomena doing a show together. Holy shit. I think they would both implode, if I'm being completely honest. And for those who don't know, Philomena Kunk is the same kind. She's played by a comedian, right? The character is Philomena Kunk, but she's played by a comedian who's really, really, really funny. But she plays basically this idiot. So long story short, she'll interview people about different topics. Yeah, I'm standing on the first ship to ever circumcise the world, which is probably why it's called a Clipper. Or she'll be interviewing somebody and she goes, so did Saratha, so Saratha really did, Saratha came a lot. And the woman looks baffled. And she goes, you mean Camelot? She goes, no, I wrote it down. And then she checks her notes and she goes, no, it says here, Saratha Camelot. So, what, are we talking like more than a teaspoon? And it's shit like that just breaks your brain. Just completely breaks your brain. Oh, yeah, with the nuclear weapons. Yep. That was funny. Yeah. He thought we had gotten rid of all the nuclear weapons, and the person that she was interviewing had to tell her, well, no, I'm sorry to tell you this, but there are still nuclear weapons in the world, and she just lost her mind and just started, hysterically crying.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
And the guy didn't know what to do, so he's like, do you need a minute? Yeah, that should be more than enough. Philomena Kunk and Carl Pilkington would be... my god. Yeah, I'm gonna go back really quick and see if I can find that last blueprint that I need for the modification station. Oops. Aha, here we are.
Warning. Maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
Corgi, what's going on, buddy? Okay, here.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased. Passing 200 meters. Oxygen efficiency greatly decreased.
I knew there had to be another thing that I was missing. Okay. I'll go back to the Seamoth, get more air. Actually, I'll repair it while I'm out here. That's not going to take long. Nice. Okay. Now go back out. Reinforced dive suit.
Blueprint acquired.
Ooh, yes, please. That's junk. Nothing else in here, huh? Crap. Oh. Light stick fragment. Fair enough. Tired, stiff, and sore. Feel like I've been rode hard and put up wet. Yeah. Unfortunately, car accidents will do that.
30 seconds.
Okay. There we go.
in 200 meters. Oxygen efficiency greatly decreased.
I'm just looking for that last modification station one. That's an alien vent. Oh, wait. Nothing in there. Shit. I can't do certain things anymore, like move a whole house of boxes. Ew. Yeah, that's not good. And hey, I mean, it happens to everybody, right? It's not like... Eventually, you know... That's just how it goes.
Warning. Maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
There's gotta be more around here, right? I see the alien vent. Don't know why I never scanned this ruby. Little asshole. Old comes for everyone eventually. It's true. It's so true. You are not wrong, sir. I wish that wasn't the case, but, you know. Don't we all? That's a lot of quartz. Holy shit.
30 seconds.
Like, there's more I have to be missing, right? Or did I get everything? So I'm still one short on the mod station, I think. Let me see. Yeah, I'm still one short on the mod station. Any ideas? Oops. Because I'm pretty sure I have this wreck area picked clean at this point. Hey, Sophia, how you doing? What if I go northwest from here? Let's see what happens. Not sure, you just woke up. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty decent. I had a little bit of an issue at the start, which made me take a lot longer to get started. I had the intro music playing, and I was in the kitchen and might have accidentally dropped something.
Reached. Hull damage imminent.
So I had to kind of clean up the kitchen floor. Yeah, might have started like 45 minutes late. even though I started on time, I didn't actually, like... Yeah. I was moving stuff in the fridge, and I had a thing of corn chowder. It wasn't like a whole lot of corn chowder, but I had some corn chowder left, and I was moving it, and the top, for whatever reason, wasn't, like, completely secure, so it went all over the floor. Yeah, a little bit messy. Oh, fuck that thing. I'm getting the fuck out of here. And Sophia coming in with a 7-stream streak. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Sophia. Speaking of which, those stream streaks, by the way, just an FYI, if you ever see a thing that's like, oh, well, you're about to miss out on your stream streaks, I appreciate seeing the stream streaks. I really do. Love seeing them. Just know that Twitch is actively doing something with them. I'm not entirely sure what they're doing, but they are. So yeah, if things reset or whatever, don't feel bad, because it might not be you. It very well could be Twitch. Yeah, I read a thing the other day and they were talking about it, and I'm like, well, this is like, leave it to Twitch to half-ass a thing, basically. So like, I keep getting things, like notifications and whatnot. They're like, oh, you should take a clip of somebody's stream streak, and it's like, what? They're like, or they're gonna lose it, and it's like, why would they lose it if I don't take a clip of it? That doesn't make any sense. Like, you know what I mean? It's really weird stuff. And you're just like, why? Why would that be a thing?
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Why? Oh, because I'm not hitting W. There we go. Okay. Shevim. Power cell charger. Ooh. Where the hell do I put that? Does this go on a wall? It does. Nice. Vehicle upgrade console. So where do I put this exactly? Oh, okay, gotcha. Can't put it there, but it doesn't mind here. All right. I need computer chips and I need copper wire. Okay. Dodge every single wall so capably. I've said this many, many times before. If there is a way to be somewhere I shouldn't ahead of time, or a way to break a thing, I will be the one to do it. Doesn't matter how small of a chance there is, I will most likely do it. I'm really, really, really good at that. Who's the other streamer, Crit? Nice, got him.
Oxygen.
Really? There we go. Funny. Oh, like a funny story? Oh god, this is gonna take a minute. Okay. And a hydrate. Yes, thank you for the hydrate. I'll be doing that here as soon as I find the thing. So this is years ago. I think I was maybe 22, 23, somewhere around there. And I've told you before about my buddy Rob, right? And I mean, he and I we're brothers, right? So this was back in the day where, for all you youngins out there, there was such a thing that was known as Yahoo Messenger and AOL Instant Messenger. Yet another big one. And sometimes what would happen is you could you could find yourself easily being able to get yourself a pretty good date through those, right? Depending on where you look and who you're talking to, and you know, hey, I got a friend and this and the other thing, right? And Yahoo Messenger in particular had a search feature for it was like a socials kind of deal where you could meet people in your area. Well, he found this one girl, and I guess I will call her I don't even know what to call her. Carolyn. I'll call her Carolyn, right? So he meets this girl Carolyn through the socials and everything like that. And he starts talking to her, and I don't know, maybe a week or two goes by while they're talking and everything, and things are going pretty good. They're going off without a hitch. And they exchange phone numbers and talk to one another on the phone, and this goes back and forth for about maybe a week or two, something like that. And he's excited, right? So they set up this idea to go on a date. Well, Rob, being the guy that he is, obviously, you know, if he goes on a date, he wants to make sure that everybody's comfortable and it's not, you know, it's no pressure and everything else. Okay, fair enough. So he asked me if I would be interested in a double date. Now, at this point, I was single, and I said, well, yeah, sure. And come to find out, we knew some people, because they were from another town entirely, but it was like, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes away from us. We knew some people that knew her. And he asked if, you know, maybe they wanted to do like a group date thing and so on. They said, yeah, sure, whatever, you know, no big deal. And they asked me if I wanted to take this girl, I'll call her Allie, I guess, out on a date. And I said, yeah, absolutely, sure, why not? She's really cool, she's fun, right? She's cool to be around. I didn't think anything of it. So they're like, all right, cool. And they asked Rob, they're like, okay, so you're sure you want to do this? You sure you want to take her out on a date and so on? And yep, I do. And this, okay, great. So Allie and her sister, who were basically inseparable, by the way, they picked up Carolyn and they met Rob. They picked Rob up at his house because they had like this big ass van, right? This big minivan. And then they were going to come and pick me up. Okay, fine. So Rob texts me. He goes, they're here. I'll be there in like 5 minutes. I said, I'm just brushing my teeth. Just, you know the drill. He goes, okay. To us, the drill means just walk right in, right? We were that close. We could literally just walk into each other's house. We never had to knock, nothing. So he walks in, and I'm in the bathroom, and I got the bathroom door open, and I'm just finishing brushing my teeth and everything like that. And he's got this look on his face, right? And I'm like, dude, you okay? He goes, I don't think tonight's gonna go so well. And I go, what's wrong? He goes, dude, she's big. And I'm thinking, okay, maybe she's on the bigger side, but maybe she's just, to him, not all that attractive. Right? So it's kind of like a double, it's a double whammy combination kind of deal. I'm like, oh, come on, it can't be that bad. He's, no, dude, she's big. All right, well, whatever. Let's just go have a fun time. We're going out. We're going to, we'll go get some drinks and this, that, and the other thing, right? And we'll hang out. It'll be fun. You don't have to do anything. It doesn't necessarily need to be romantic or whatever. If it's not a fit, it's not a fit. So we go out my front door, and the minivan is there. And Allie gets out of the passenger seat, comes up, gives me a big hug. And then her sister comes out. She gives me a hug as well. Because I haven't seen either of them in a while. And obviously I was supposed to be taking Allie out on this group date thing. And her sister, Rob also has this cousin whose name is Sean. Again, the three of us grew up like brothers together, right? So Sean was going too. And Sean was going to be taking his Allie's sister out on this group date. And Sean's not coming out. And I see the back door open to the minivan. And I don't notice Carolyn getting out. But I do notice that at some point when she takes her weight off the van after the first foot is out on the driveway, the van lifts up about 4 inches. Like, it's noticeable. You literally watch the entire van go. And then I see her. I'm just going to say, being incredibly nice, she was not as was described, would be the best way to put it. Where there shouldn't be hair, there was hair. And I don't mean like, oh, she doesn't shave. No. Facial hair. Okay? Oily skin, everything else, yada, yada, yada. I was really nice and everything like that. But I saw her, and let's say it was like a 2-3 o'clock shadow. I'll put it that way. So I look at Rob, and I don't say anything loud. But I look at Rob and I go, dude, she's big. And he goes, I fucking told you. So now I know, okay, this is not going to be a romantic date. He's doing it because he's being nice. He's not going to call off the date. Obviously, Rob's feeling like he just got a little catfished here, and, you know, and so on. And it didn't start off well, right? So we planned on going from Salem, New Hampshire, down to Methuen, and then possibly Haverhill, and yada, yada, yada. And, you know, just kind of be bopping around, maybe go get some wings, maybe, you know, get a couple of beers and hang out in, you know, the park in Haverhill and stuff like that. And let's just say that Rob's date loved to turn any and every situation that she could into some sort of sexual innuendo, to the point where she would literally just come out and say it most of the time. So we're driving through Methuen, and there's a Chevy dealership, right? And we drive past, and because it's a Chevy dealership, obviously they're going to have like their most popular cars and stuff like that, and like their high dollar items up on a pedestal, right? Showcasing them. And we drive past, and there's like a thing of like 3 or 4 Corvettes that are sitting out in the front of the lot on display and everything like that. And it's this building. Like, the whole lot is covered, but big-ass bay windows, and you can clearly see these Corvettes, and they're put in spots where you can clearly see them from the street, even driving by at 45 miles an hour. And she looks over, and she goes, Corvettes make me so wet, and everybody in the van immediately gagged. And Sean, by the way, here's the seating arrangement. So I'll call her Jen. Jen is driving. That's Allie's sister. That's Allie's sister. Allie's riding shotgun. Behind the two of them are myself and Sean. Sean is behind Jen. I'm behind Allie because it's a minivan, right? Behind us is an empty seat, and then in the way back is Rob and this girl Carolyn. How they fit in that seat, I'll never know. Together. So we're going all over the place, and generally speaking, it was all pretty decent. You know, I mean, like, Allie and I had fun, and we were, you know, hanging out and laughing and joking, and Sean and Jen had fun, and we were laughing and joking, and Rob was trying to make the best of a bad situation and everything else. And I'm talking to Allie, and Sean's talking to Jen, and this, that, and the other, and we're like, what the fuck? We're like, this isn't what she, you know, we're telling the girls, we're like, this isn't how she described herself. She's like, and they're both like, yeah, she's been known to fudge the truth a little bit. I was like, a little? What about a lot of it? How about a lot? Like a lot of it. I was like, this is like straight up catfish territory. Like, this is by at least 130 pounds, right? And again, generally speaking, everything went well. And I can't remember. I think we stopped off at like a mall Chinese food place. Like, it was in a strip mall kind of deal. And we all got Chinese food, and we were all sitting out on benches, you know, out on the benches, you know, in an area, and we were eating and everything like that. And then they're like, well, let's go to a place, go to a bar, get a couple of drinks, we'll, you know, and then we'll just walk over to the park and everything like that and hang out. Okay, cool. So we do that, and we get a couple of drinks, and then sure enough, there's a park like right across the street. So we go across the street, we hang out there a little bit, wait for everybody to sober up and all this good stuff. We're there for about 2 hours because we only had like maybe 2 or 3 beers each, right? So it wasn't a huge deal. And we're all getting back in the van. And we had talked to Rob. Sean and I had talked to Rob separately, and he's like, he was mortified. He's like, guys, he's like, this is awful. He's like, I don't know what to do. He's like, I'm trying to be a nice guy. I'm trying to be understanding. He's like, but I really feel like I got fucked here. And he's like, and I really can't wait for tonight to end. He goes, because this is just a disaster and so on. And Sean looks at him, he goes, I got you. And Rob's like, what? He's like, don't worry about it, I got you. So again, now we're going back to the van, and Rob gets in. Oh no, sorry, Carolyn gets in first, because she has to. And she goes into the way back of the van. And Rob sits in the seat that was originally empty between me and Sean. And she goes, oh, you're not going to come sit with me? He's like, nah. He's like, every once in a while, you know, I kind of get like a little car sick. He goes, at least with this, you know, because it was one of those windows where it's like the bottom pops out so you can get some fresh air. He goes, but this way, you know, I can, he goes, I'm just going to pop the window and kind of let the fresh air filter in because, you know, in the back, it doesn't go. She goes, oh, okay. Well, I mean, I'll come join you. And Sean immediately just fucking beelines it for the seat right next to Rob. And she looks at Sean, and now it's myself, Allie, and Jen, and we're standing outside the van watching this all unfold. And she goes, haha, yeah, really funny, Sean. You okay? And Sean just, the entire time, he's just staring at her and smiling. And she goes, all right, funny, Sean. All right, time to move. Doesn't say a fucking word. He's just staring at her and smiling. She goes, come on, Sean. You know, it was my date. Just move, please. Doesn't say a thing. Keeps staring at her and smiling. She goes, Sean, move. Direct eye contact, right? Just staring at her. This fucking shit-eating grin on his face. Sean, move. Same thing. I swear the next words that came out of her mouth sounded like the gates of hell had opened up beneath this van and were about to shake it apart. Sean, move! And Sean, not saying anything, not doing anything other than staring at her dead in the eye and smiling, click. We all fucking lost our goddamn minds. And she was so pissed. She was so pissed, and in a huff went back into the way back and everything, and we couldn't believe it. I was in tears. Allie and Jen were in tears. Sean never said a goddamn thing to Rob, never said a damn thing to Carolyn, just sat there with this smile on his face, stared blankly ahead after staring at her and just click with the seatbelt. Never said anything. So we go and we drop her off at her house. Rob gets out to say goodnight and everything like that and gives her, you know, a peck on the cheek or whatever. And he gets back in. The five of us lose our goddamn minds for 20 minutes. It's literally one of the greatest things we'd ever seen. Talk about a fucking bro moment. Like, there is such a thing for bro code called jumping the grenade. Now, if you don't know what that means, okay, jumping the grenade typically refers to if you got a bunch of guys, they're going out on a date, but there's this one girl who may not necessarily be the most attractive and so on. Somebody's going to end up jumping the grenade, which basically means they're going to pay attention to this girl and so on because this person typically likes one of the other people that other guy doesn't reciprocate, right? So, you know, so they're going to pay attention. They're going to metaphorically jump on the grenade and save everybody else from the shrapnel. Sean didn't jump the grenade, but what he did do instead was essentially push Rob out of the way of the firing line. And Sean took it with a fucking smile on his face. And we were crying. We were laughing so damn hard. And yeah, we were just like, dude, that was easily one of the funniest fucking things and one of the best things we've ever seen in our entire life. We're like, what made you do that? He's like, I mean, Rob wasn't having a good time. And, you know, she was, I mean, aside from basically telling us that every little thing makes her wet and, you know, like grossing us all out, she was kind of a bitch. He's like, so fuck her. You know, like not that way, but you know what I mean? And we just started laughing again. And we're like, dude, that is one of the best fucking things we've ever seen. And then the rest of the night was us just like hanging, because Rob used to live by a lake, right? He lived like maybe a street away from a lake in the neighborhood. So we just parked down by the lake and then just sat on the beach for like, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours and just hung out and everything like that. And it was so fucking good. We were like, Sean was literally, he was not only the hero that we wanted, but the hero we needed. That was Sean's Batman moment. Sophia coming in with 500 bits. Thank you so much, Sophia. Alpa, what's going on, buddy? It really was one of the funniest fucking nights. We were, oh my god, for weeks we would not let it go. And if I remember correctly, shortly after that, Rob and Allie's sister got together. And that was fine. We had no problem with Jen whatsoever. She was a little baby crazy, but I mean, aside from that, but yeah, Jen was cool. We had no issue with Jen, and you know, we'd go over there all the time, and you know, I'd hang out with Allie and all that good stuff, and you know, Rob and Jen would kind of do their thing and so on, and okay, fair. And but that was Sean in a nutshell, right? So another one, and this was really, really funny too. So Rob ended up moving at one point, okay? And he ended up moving into an apartment with his older brother, Jamie. And
Oxygen.
Jamie is a ladies' man. Like, he is. He's kind of the definition of cool, right? He's got this way about him, and you can't help but sit there and be like, nah. Like, dude knows what he's doing, right? He knows he's a good guy. He knows how to treat women, but he knows how to be very suave at the same time. He totally does. So myself and Sean went to go visit Rob one day, and Jamie and his girlfriend are in Jamie's room, and they're having some fun, right? And this is just to tell you the kind of person Sean is. So Sean doesn't think of it, and neither do we, because the door's closed. We, you know, but we're like, okay, we're gonna get some pizza, right? So Sean opens up the door. He's like, hey, Jamie. And obviously they're in the middle of a thing, and Jamie goes, Sean, close the door. And he goes, oh, all right. He walks in and closes the door and then tries to talk to him. And then he's like, get the fuck out. And he goes, oh. And then he turns around and walks out and closes the door. That was Sean in a nutshell. Well, no. So the bed in Jamie's room, the bed was, if you walked in, it wasn't straight ahead. It was 90 degrees to the left, right? And with the lights out, obviously you can't see much. So he walks in, he doesn't notice anything at first. Jamie yells at him to close the door, and he just, all right, fuck it. And he walks in, closes the door. And then he looks. No, get out. And he's like, what the and he turns, oh. Kind of one of those deals. I mean, we've all accidentally probably walked in on people having some fun. I know I have. That's how you know you've been friends for a while. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. 1,000,000% that's how you know. I mean, I've accidentally walked in on... I believe it or not, I actually walked in on Rob. And Jen. which was really funny because I walked in and things didn't click initially. And this is before he had moved. Things just, it was one of those days. Things didn't click. Right? My stepson's GF was so loud, we may as well have been standing there watching. Oh no. So I go and I walk into his house and he's not downstairs. And I'm like, oh, okay, he's got to be up in his room, right? He and Jen are probably watching a movie or something like that. I just walk in because the door's closed. Walk in. And it was one of those, you walk in and you immediately close the door behind you kind of things. And it was walk in, close the door, turn right, hey, what's up? Kind of deals, right? Like all, like within like a second. So I had no time to see what was going on and cognitively like process it. Nor did they have enough time to do anything to stop me from seeing things. So it was open door, close, hey, what's up? Boobs and Jen's on top. And they just both looked at me like, what the fuck are you doing? And I'm like, oh! And I just turned around and walked back out. I mean, yeah, you see boobs. Ta-da, there's boobs, you know? Like, I'm just saying, things happen, right? We've all had our moments. We're not proud of them, but we've had them. There was talk of boobs, see? Dawn gets it. Oh. Oh shit, I need copper wire. Fuck. Okay. That's what I need. Hang on one second. I gotta take apart my fucking mic. Not take it apart, but give me 1 second here. What's going on here? Weird. It feels like this fucking thing is... Uh-oh. Did I fuck it up? No, I didn't. Okay, good. You see how, like, this is really... Well, you can't really, but you see how, like, it's wobbly? I think the, it's like elastics that like, hold it into, like, an enclosure, and I think the elastics are getting just, like, stretched and worn out. I think that's what's going on. I sat across from my sorority sister for at least 5 minutes admiring her beautiful face before I realized she wasn't wearing anything, so boobs first must be a guy thing. I mean, kind of fair. Okay, that's good. Computer chip, I need table coral. That I can get. That's easy. This hub looks way cozier than the place where you were last stream. No monsters randomly attacking. I mean, this is the same base I've had the entire time. believe it or not. Or like, what was another? Oh yeah. We had a buddy, his name was Dave, right? And Dave had a girlfriend whose name, incidentally, but different person entirely, was also named Jen. And again, we were up at Rob's place after he had moved in the apartment that he had with his brother. And Dave and Jen were spending some quality time with one another. Now, I am a really, really, really big Rocky fan. And I know that that's a really weird segue, but just bear with me. And I wanted to watch Rocky 4. Well, Rob had Rocky 4 in his room, and Dave and his girlfriend were using Rob's room, and more specifically, Rob's bed. Now they're covered up, so I didn't see much of anything, right? But I do remember pissing off Dave's girlfriend a lot with this. Because I think they had gotten into a fight and they were having like just kind of like angry makeup sex. And I walked in and I had nothing but basketball shorts on, right? Because it was really, really hot. They didn't really have air conditioning, so to speak. So there were just kind of fans all over the place, and, you know, with all the fans going, you can't really hear when, you know, something happens. So I open up Rob's door. I don't see them initially because they're covered up. And they don't hear me, and I walk in, and I go over to the cabinet where Rob's got all of his VHS tapes, and I took out Rocky 4, and I'm like, all right, and I'm fucking pumped. I think I'm also like semi-drunk at this point. And I grab the Rob has some old boxing gloves that used to be Jamie's. So I'm like, all right, let's do it. And I'm like, I put the VHS in the VCR, I put these boxing gloves on, I hit play, and I plop my ass down on the foot of the bed. And it must have startled Jen, I guess, and she pulls the covers back from over her head and looks at me. She goes, "What the fuck, man?" And I'm like, "Oh, it's all right. Just keep going. Sorry." And then I just moved from the foot of the bed to, because I was sitting on the foot of the bed, to in front of the foot of the bed on the floor, in nothing but basketball shorts, wearing boxing gloves, watching Rocky 4. And she was so pissed, and I'm pretty sure I was drunk. And she was so pissed, and she just sat there. She rolls off of Dave, and Dave goes, "Dude, what are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm watching Rocky 4. What does it look like I'm doing?" He's like, "Oh man, that is a pretty badass movie, isn't it?" I'm like, "Fuck yeah, it is." So then Dave and I sat there and watched Rocky 4, and she got pissed off and walked out. I need more copper wire. Okay. What is wrong with you? Listen. When you're friends for long enough, shit like this happens, okay? You were asking to get KO'd? I mean... Kinda? There was another time, too, I did the exact same thing. It wasn't Rocky 4, I can't remember which one it was, but Dave and Jen had just finished having some sexy time, right? I come in, and, you know, now it's Dave's turn to be pissed. And Dave's like, "Bro, what the fuck?" And I'm like, "What? I waited And then I literally sat down and just, I can't remember what movie it was. It wasn't Rocky this time, but it was some other movie. And I just popped it in the fucking VCR and hit play. And Jen's like, what movie you watching? And I told her, she's like, oh, cool, I've never seen it. So then she sat down next to me in front of the foot of the bed. And Dave's just like, what the fuck? And yeah, then she and I just sat there and watched the movie. You are a menace. Yeah. Not the first time I've heard that. I mean, we used to do stupid shit all the time. We just did.
Oxygen.
Like, you gotta remember, these are the same friends that, like, so Dave used to have a 1989 Nissan Sentra, which we lovingly called the Pepsi can. And we called it the Pepsi can because when it started out in life, it was a metallic blue, but by the time he got it and he picked it up from a salvage auction, and it cost him like $200, and the thing was barely able to be registered, by the way. By the time we got there, or by the time he bought it, the paint had worn away, that it looked like one of the old blue Pepsi cans that had been sitting out in the sun for so long that the blue was mostly faded, but you could see there was still like a blue tinge to the bare metal. So it had two names. We either called it the shit box or we called it the Pepsi can. And we went out for what was called the last ride. And basically what that was Dave had finally gotten enough money together to get a new car. And I can't remember what car it was that he got. I think he got like his stepdad's like Lincoln Mark 7, and he had to pay his stepdad like $1,000 or whatever. But the Lincoln Mark 7 was light years ahead of the Pepsi can, right? In terms of literally everything. So we knew that he wasn't going to get anything even if he took it to the junkyard. We knew he wasn't going to get paid for it for salvage or anything like that. So what we did is we drove it out into the middle of the woods, but literally made sure to hit every fucking thing imaginable. This went for like 4 or 5 hours, by the way. Every fucking thing imaginable. Trees, rocks, bushes. We drove it off like small 2-3 foot cliffs. I mean, we did everything to that. We smashed in the fucking windows. We ripped off the fucking hood, and we ripped off the fucking trunk lid. And like one of the doors finally got so smashed up by like sliding into a tree that it was like kind of barely hanging on. So then like myself, Dave, Rob, and Sean are like hanging on the door trying to like rip it off the hinges. And we're just doing it because we know this thing's a piece of shit and there's literally nothing that anybody's going to pay for it, right? And we're not doing it for like insurance fraud or anything like that. The thing didn't have insurance on it anymore. We're just doing it because the thing's a shitbox and it's never going to be used again. So we just decided to see how tough this thing was before it died. And this lasted like 5 hours before we finally drove it into a tree. Like just dead on into the biggest tree we could find. And the car itself, the engine stopped. And we were like, oh, I think this might be it. So Dave goes to turn the engine over, and you can hear it trying to like crank over, and you can hear the starter going. And then all of a sudden you hear this clang, like somebody had just hit a bell inside the engine block. Right? That was the sound. That was quite literally the sound of the engine throwing a piston through the side of itself. And that's how the Pepsi can died. I feel like no, this thing was a shitbox. Don't feel sorry for it. This thing was so awful. The first day he brought the Pepsi can back to his place, Rob and I were excited for him, right? And actually it was Rob, Sean, and myself. We were all excited for him. It wasn't registered, so he had to have it towed, right? He had to have the thing towed by flatbed back to where he was living with his stepdad. So the thing gets off, and we're like, okay, I mean, it's a little rough around the edges, but it doesn't look bad. He's like, bro, you ain't even seen the best part. And we're like, what? He's like, dude, it's amazing. And he turns the car over, and the AC is on full blast, and there's just plumes of gray smoke coming out of the vents. Which, come to find out later, was because the car had sat for so long that it was burning off, like, probably nests and, and shit like that had been there for God knows how long. And then, so we had to leave the car running to burn everything out from inside the firewall from the vents. So there's just, like, plumes of gray smoke with all the doors open and everything else. And then we finally get all that taken care of, but because the thing had sat there for so long, it was also running on shit gas. So it sucked up a bunch of shit gas that it couldn't use, and then it died and hydro-locked itself. So it had to sit there for another, like, 3-4 hours until there was no more, like, vapor lock. And by that time, we had gotten new gas, and then because the car was so used to running on shit gas, after we siphoned out all the shit gas, or what was left of it, from the tank, we put the new gas in, and we let it sit there, and, we put in an ignition to, get the fuel pump to run a couple of times and stuff like that and everything. And we made sure that the line was full. But now, because it's got good gas and the car's been so used to running on shit gas, the car didn't know what to do. So we went to crank it over and the car wouldn't start at all. That's literally day one of the Pepsi can. It's like when you're so used to weird... Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You know what I'm going to do? In honor of the story, I have just named the Seamoth the Pepsi can. It seems fitting. And I am going to attempt to make it the same color. Oh, there we go. Now I can drag it. Okay. That was the color of the Pepsi can right there. We're gonna give it. I gotta match it a little bit here with a faded red. There we go. Done. There you go. There's the Pepsi can. It was literally, the paint was so worn down, this was the color blue it was. It was like, there's a tinge of blue left still, but not much, but enough to tell you it's not just bare metal anymore. So yeah, we had some good times back in the day. There was a suggestion of blue. Yes. Yes, you could tell what color it probably used to be. That's how that works. Okay, so this is the upgrade console, right? If I'm being honest, it's not much of an upgrade. I mean, aside from the colors, right? Which is fine. But I can't upgrade anything else on it. Which means I need that modification station, right? So the question is, how? Let me see if I can figure out where to get modification station blueprints. Imagine it mutes you just before you self-incriminate. Oh, God. Found in wrecks on the seabed in several biomes, including the mushroom forest, grassy plateaus, crag fields, and bulb zone. Where the hell is the bulb zone? $17 or $19. Yes. Yeah, it's near 19. Shit, I was hoping there was going to be another area. Well, hang on, let me check. So 19's down there. So that means it's got to be northwest of 19, I think? Hang on, let me check. So apparently it's possible that it's up in this area. Somewhere. Were you able to craft the depth module? No, so this is, hang on. So far, this is all I can do. I don't know what the hell else to do here. This is it. Like, I can't do anything else, right? Fabricator, oh my god. Common modules. Hull reinforcement, storage, efficiency. No. I can do hull reinforcement. That's always good. I can do storage, and I can do efficiency module. Minimize power inefficiencies. See, yeah. Torpedoes, prawn suit, Seamoth modules, solar charger, perimeter defense system. That sounds good. Depth module. I need titanium ingots and glass. Okay. Titanium ingots and glass. I think I have enough to do that, actually. So, but let me put in the upgrade here. Good. All right. Titanium ingots. Because this is going to help tremendously. Could have sworn I had ingots, but if not, it's okay. I got plenty of titanium to make them. Okay, I must have used them all, but that's fine. Yeah, I must have used all of them, but that's perfectly okay. No, stop with the... There. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Upgrade will let you go a little further to find what you need for the next upgrade. Yes. Okay, and then glass. Okay, that should be it. This game does look and feel like one of the most polished ones in this genre. I'm gonna be honest, it really is. It really, really is. And I'm excited to eventually be able to play Sub-Zero. Is it Sub-Zero? Yeah, Sub-Zero.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Or no, Below Zero. I keep calling it Sub-Zero. Below Zero. Oh, I need 2 glass. Okay, fair enough. I just need more quartz. When it released in early access, the core concept was definitely there, but it was rough, especially the performance. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt that whatsoever. But, I mean, I now I also have a PC that's like light years ahead of what the game can really push. So I got that going for me as well. Have I really never... What? Enzyme host peeper? Interesting. Okay. The impact you're making on the game world? Yeah. More of the game chugged until it literally became unplayable. You know, honestly, I don't doubt it. Okay, there's quartz.
Security safe.
I'm just looking for more quartz. But the only like downside, and it's kind of sad, is that Krafton owns these guys now. And they're one of the like first companies to go AI first, which really sucks. So I don't know how Subnautica 2 is going to go. They have clarified that the current AI announcements have nothing to do with Subnautica 2. Yeah, well, the problem is that the guys who originally created this are also no longer working there either. They've been fired. No, I want to go up, not down. There we go. No power? What do you mean no power? How? That was weird. Okay, well, wee bit of a hiccup. We got it fixed. Crush depth is now 300 meters. Maybe there are a few bugs. I mean, you know, a few bugs here and there. It's not a big deal. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna shit all over a game because it's got an issue here or there. Detecting and displaying topographical data on the HUD. Torpedo system. Or a perimeter defense system. Well, I don't have the polyaniline. And I don't have any more aerogel either. Fuck. Okay. Yeah, it looks like we're about to do the maiden voyage in the Pepsi can. I already have a
Systems online.
I already have a storage module on it. Yeah. But for future reference, yes. Okay, that was 19, which we've already done. Oh, where was the other one? That one. The habitat. Okay, there we go. Now I can actually kind of go back and maybe explore the habitat a little bit. Because that's at 250 and I have a crush depth of 300. Oh, so much better. Ah.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
Battery. Nice.
Passing 200 meters. Oxygen efficiency greatly decreased.
Underwater short game from the makers of Journey. I've heard of Abzu, but I don't know anything about it. Oh, there's more shit over here, huh? Damn, okay. Nothing I can actually get, though. Ow. I don't know what these are. Oh! Oh, would you look at that? Oh. Really? I mean, it doesn't look like there's much of anything in here, but... First aid kit. Just ruptures. Okay, fair enough. Nice. Oh yeah, this is the way to be. Oh, this makes life so much easier. Thank God. Ow. Big rock. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. I think I can actually go in here. If I remember correctly. I think there's a door that I can cut. Now that I have the laser cutter. Yes! Nice. No! Not nice. Balls. Is there another way around? Maybe?
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
Not seeing another way. Well, that's kind of a bummer. Okay, yeah, a little bit of a bummer, but that's fine. The Pepsi can is doing good. Oh, shit. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Okay, good. This is brand new territory. Hang on, save. Good idea. This might be the bulb zone? Okay, fair enough. Totally fair. Hang on, I just gotta get more tunes. There we go.
This is RUNN.
Yeah, there's a warpy asshole. Red thingies. What are the red thingies? I saw them, I just don't know what they are. Those look like eggs.
Passing 200 meters. Oxygen efficiency.
Blood oil? Interesting. I'll have to scan another one when I find it.
This ecological biome matches 7 of the 9 preconditions for stimulating terror in humans.
Oh, good. Only 7 of the 9. Gotcha. Interesting. I can't scan them. Maybe I can scan this, though. Yep, bloodroot. Okay.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
What are the green things? Oh. Inventory's full. Fair enough. That's just light. Time to build some bombs. More like I want to build a nuclear reactor, but... Damn, this goes deep. Yeah, this is massively deep. Don't forget you do have storage. Yeah, that's true. Where the hell is the storage? That's the better question. How do I access it? Ah, there it is. I'm getting a headache, so I will see y'all later. Y'all take care and stay safe. Sophia, thank you so much for being here. Always love and appreciate it when you are here. Have yourself a good night, and we will see you next time.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
Okay, that doesn't work. Oh, it is dark as shit here. Wow. What if I go down in this area? Now that I actually can. Because that's 300 meters. Yeah, fuck it, let's do it. Hang on. No, you know what? I'll go back to base first. I just saw my hunger. I'll restock and everything like that and then go back out to that area. Because now maybe I'll be able to find that last modification station blueprint. Maybe some more Cyclops shit too, I don't know. Oh. Turn the lights off. What the hell's wrong with me? Hang on. Ow. Oops. Put it back in the moon pool, you idiot.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
There. Yeah, we're still good there. Benzene, synthetic fibers. Salt and deep shrooms, okay. I need diamond. Okay. I might have diamond somewhere, actually. I could have sworn I had diamond, but I might have used it on something else. That is entirely possible. Okay. Do that. Sample analyzer non-functional. Microscope non-functional. Okay. So here we will do a shelf. There. Oh, so much better. Nice. And then microscope. Nice. I can't do anything with them, but they're there. You know, honestly, like the biggest thing when it comes to this is trying to figure out what does and doesn't work. Hang on, give me 1 second. Sorry, somebody just sent me a thing, and I'm just responding to him really, really quick. Um... Fuck, what were they called? I'm trying to remember. Hang on, I gotta look something up, sorry. Mm. There. Should be okay. Sorry, I had to send a message to somebody. Mm. Okay, cool. There we go. Sorry. All right, back to this. Be sure to get your groceries from the car. What, like the blood oil? I did get the blood oil. Oh, the uraninite. Is there anything I can do with that? Hang on. It doesn't look like I can do anything with the uraninite yet. But I'm assuming the uraninite is possibly for the nuclear reactor, or maybe there's something that I need for, like, the Seamoth that I could do with it. I don't really know. Let me see. I can make it a storage module. I'll do that. There we go. Oops. So I got 2 storage modules, which is really nice. Okay, put this stuff in here. Nice. Dictates their position on the ship. That makes sense. Yeah. I mean, right now I have them on either side of the actual cockpit up top, so it's not terrible, you know what I mean? Which is fine. Probably the best spot on the sides. It's easy to accidentally open them while you're trying to get in, which is kind of the opposite of what you want when you're low on O2. Well, that's why I always come at it from the front. Right? So, for instance, and I'll go back up. Right? I always try to point the Seamoth at what I'm going to go for. So, like, right now, storage is on the top here, towards the back. That way I kind of have a clearer shot for the cockpit. So if I have to, I can come at it from this side or the other side or the front. And these are more towards the back. So that way, if this is pointed and I got the lights on and this is pointed towards what I'm going for, all I have to do is just turn around 180 degrees and just go straight for it. And I'm literally right where the hand would be to open up the hatch. That was my thought process. Okay, food. Nice. And I got plenty of water. Yep. Got plenty of water still, so that's good. So, let's go down, let's go back to 19. Glad you didn't get distracted and forgot I did. Yeah, that happens. Okay.
All systems online.
19, there we go. Spectre, what's going on, buddy? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, never mind. I thought that was part of a wreck. But now I can also keep my eyes on looking for the bigger wrecks anyway, which is really nice. Because now I can go that fucking deep. I don't know what the fuck that is, but I want it. Mobile vehicle bay fragment. Fuck. Okay, well, whatever. It was worth the look. Parts is parts. Yeah, I'm just, especially when you're trying to find certain things, you don't, at least for me, I don't want to like overload myself with stuff that I could probably just pick up when I'm doing just a supply run. Because then I will absolutely run into the problem of, oh fuck, I don't have enough inventory. Okay, can't go that way. That's fine. Ow. Okay, I'm not seeing anything else. But let's follow this. See what we can find. Idiot fish, that's what we can find.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased. Passing 200 meters. Oxygen efficiency greatly decreased.
Okay. Is this diamond? No, it's quartz, but I'll pick it up anyway. Fafo, what's going on, buddy? Oh. There's stuff. Oh yeah, I already fished through these. That's the vent. I'm getting close to crush depth, so I'm trying to be careful. Okay, that's bulb zone. We know that. Yep, that's bulb zone. The fuck are you? Oh, okay. Fair enough. Tried out the new Call of Duty, got a Game Pass sub on the site for $15 and played. After reading some comments the people made and comparing my experiences, I can say that I was scammed out of $15. Wow, really? That bad, huh? Holy shit. Damn. So, okay, what was so bad about it? Well, okay, but you also have to remember, IGN is fucking stupid. Right? So, I wouldn't take anything they say very seriously. There was, believe it or not, there was a thing that came out, video, I think it was like maybe 2-3 days ago at this point, that said the reason why you have things going on, like, for instance, Claire Obscure getting snubbed by the Grammys. Okay, now I know that that's kind of a weird thing to say, but hear me out on this, right? So for those who didn't hear the news, Claire Obscure is on the Billboard Classical Top 100 charts. And it's been there for 10 weeks. All right? For those who don't know, Billboard is, and that's the entire soundtrack, by the way. But for those who don't know, Billboard is basically like it's a list of the most popular songs. They have classical, they have pop music, they have rock. They also have like a top 100 of like most popular songs all together. But that's what it shows you. The Claire Obscure soundtrack is on the Billboard top 100 classical list and has been for 10 weeks. And the Grammys nominated stuff like Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, Star Wars Outlaws, both of which I'm not disappointed for, but they don't stick out like Clair Obscur does because they both played it safe. And again, understandable. But then they have like that Avatar game that almost nobody played. They had an Assassin's Creed game that most people, I don't even know if they ever played, and Helldivers 2. And even the guy, I think it was Journey, Assassin's Creed, whatever, right? Even the guy for that specifically said that it's shocking to see that the Clair Obscur soundtrack isn't or wasn't being nominated because it is the definition of worthy. Okay? But the reason why you have all these issues and stuff like that and all these places that are snubbing people is because the system is biased toward basically the companies with the biggest lobbying power. So let's face it, EA's kind of been on the shit list for a lot of people for a while and doesn't typically pull the same numbers when it comes to FPS. They don't have the same lobbying power that they used to, say, 15 years ago. However, Activision Blizzard every single year comes out with a new Call of Duty. And not only that, they've had massive hits like World of Warcraft, like Diablo, like Overwatch 1 and 2. So they've always had lobbying power when it comes to different awards and stuff. The problem is now is that unfortunately it's coming back to bite them in the ass because now you have AA devs like Sandfall who made Clair Obscur that don't have the lobbying power that companies like Activision Blizzard do. So now they're saying, oh, well, COD, Black Ops 7 is better than Battlefield. And people are going, what the fuck are you talking about? Right? Or stuff like, oh, yeah, no, Avatar definitely deserves to be on that nominated list. But Clair Obscur, easily one of the most popular and best games to have come out in the last decade, and in a lot of people's eyes is one of, at least in their top 10 best video games of all time, mine included. That game isn't even being nominated, so now it's coming back to bite them in the ass. That's what it is. For the people, the campaign was worse than the one for Modern Warfare 3 Reboot. For measurement, the MW3 Reboot campaign could be finished in about 2 hours, and it was a checklist of incredibly boring objectives and Warzone maps, the worst campaign in COD of all time, and it was surpassed by this Black Ops 7. Ouch. IGN did a video of how PlayStation late game have the same plot, father-son-daughter relationship, how it became kind of repetitive, like how. Okay, so although I don't necessarily disagree with them, the other issue too is that they're also oversimplifying, and the reason why they're oversimplifying is because they're not objectively looking at games. And a lot of places are not objectively looking at games, right? They can sit there and they go, oh yeah, the response time is great and the scenery looks great and the soundtrack is great and so on. But then when it comes to the story, instead of focusing on what the story does right or maybe plot points that are missing, they just editorialize and give their opinion and go, well, it just seems to all be the same. And it's like, okay, well, tell me how God of War in any way, the story for God of War, or as we call it, Dad of Boy, right? Tell me how God of War and God of War Ragnarok, story-wise, are anywhere remotely close to Horizon. But they don't. They just generalize, right? But because, and again, I've said this many, many times, because they're in a position where you have some modicum of authority, like streamers or like content creators on YouTube do, or things like that, because they look more official. They can say something like that and stupid people will believe it, right? So I can sit here and I can tell you that, oh yeah, no, IGN is biased and this, that, and the other thing and yada, yada, yada. And because I'm on camera and I have a microphone in front of me and I'm telling you live, statistically, you're more apt to believe what I'm saying, because not only are you guys here and you enjoy the content and you enjoy hanging out and you like what I do, but also because you trust what I have to say, and because to some extent I do look more professional than just some idiot with no camera on and just types in chat every once in a while, right? Same thing with places like Kotaku, IGN, and a lot of other places, because they are in some sort of official capacity when it comes to supposedly reviewing video games. Right? And because they get to editorialize, and they're basically getting these games for free, and they only play them, generally speaking, for maybe anywhere between, say, like 4 to 6 hours, unless they specifically say how long they've played. So if they go, okay, well, I played Black Ops 7 and I thought it had a better campaign and everything like that, fair. But if you only played it for, say, like 2 hours because you've got 7 other games that you have to review, and you don't get to the part where everything falls apart and it's just complete shit from there on out, then your opinion is only based on, say, like the first 2 hours. Which means that it's not an objective review, because you can't object. It's physically impossible for you to be objective about it because you haven't played it. You know what I mean? Blatant use of AI in player customization. Oh, hang on. Why does it do that? There we go. The blatant use of AI in player customization, in which you can definitely see Studio Ghibli AI generation and calling cards and emblems. This also applies for store bundles and skins in Black Ops 6. It will definitely happen in 7 too. I'm not surprised. I think it was here, but I've seen and also heard discussion about how bad the media has gotten for games and game reviews, but all mags are becoming piss poor. Oh yeah, no, they're all becoming, like, bad. Or you don't get the plot twist. That's fair, but also not surprising. Yeah, it's stuff like that, right? So, like, when it typically comes to a video game, whether, like, for instance, I did this for God of War and God of War Ragnarok. I finished God of War, and I said, God of War was fun, but my problem was the enemy detection, where, you know, you've got a million things going on. Your FOV is really, really tight behind Kratos, so you can't see what's going on around you. You don't really have any situational awareness other than colors that are, you know, going along the edges of your screen. And you're supposed to be able to do that plus fight at the same time. It's not the best system. So when I went to go play God of War Ragnarok, those things that I talked about, that I said I didn't particularly like, they changed it. Because even they acknowledged, okay, maybe this is too much, maybe it's a little bit of an overload, there has to be an easier way to do this. And I praised them for fixing it and making it a better system, and for giving us better camera controls and, you know, a more dynamic camera and stuff like that. Did I like the story more? I think it was on par with the original, but I think it makes up for, say, the expansion of the story in a way I would have liked it personally. They made up for it in the systems that I didn't particularly agree with because of how functionally they worked, and they replaced them entirely, right? That's more of an objective thing, because I'm also calling myself out, saying, well, this is a personal thing and so on, so everybody knows, okay, take this with a grain of salt, versus what they do is just, oh, well, I mean, the combat sucks. As if it's a statement of fact. You know what I mean? The Warzone-ification of the zombies game mode that made the game mode more complicated, annoying, and harder to scale. The devs added a classic mode too for zombies, but it still remains the elements from Warzone that people wanted removed, and the response was, it is impossible for us to remove them. The fuck do I need shield and plates and zombies for? Yeah, it's... Again, it's IGN being IGN. Sadly. Okay, I really need to find the Cyclops thing. Actually, hang on. Let me see if I can type that in. I want to keep that map up. The back of the Aurora. Shit. Alright. Then I'm gonna need that defense thing. Need the sleeps, so I'm taking off. Thanks, Shadow, and I'll take care. Crit! Always appreciate you being here, buddy. Thank you so much. And have yourself a good night and a great start to your weekend, and we will see you next time. Absolutely. What is this? I was kicked for an activity in a solo campaign for Black Ops 7 with the actual fuck. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. I'm not surprised. I got other annoyances that are mostly from Black Ops 6 that I noticed they transferred to 7, but it would take me quite a long time to list them. The TLDR of it is 7 is 6 Part 2 unofficially and just serves as a wait time till the next Call of Duty. It is a time waster and a store veiled as a game. How in a solo one? Because chances are you have to stay connected to the internet in order to play the campaign. So when you play the campaign and you're on pause, chances are what's happening is that, let's say you're going to make a sandwich or something like that, or you're going to make, you know, soup, or you're going to make dinner or whatever, right? And you're gone for an extended period of time. That timer is probably meant for multiplayer, but because Activision Blizzard don't know what the fuck they're doing anymore, and because you have to probably be connected to their servers when you to play even the campaign, when you time out, you just time out from everything in general. That would be my guess. Oh yeah, it's definitely an Activision fuck up. 100% it is. Absolutely. I mean, I know a lot of people, like, they don't like the fact that, you know, I shit on certain that's Laser Cutter. They don't like the fact that, like, I shit on, you know, certain developer companies and whatnot, but let's be honest, okay? There's a reason why I do. And it's most of the time it's because of first-hand knowledge and experience. So it's not like I'm sitting there and shitting on EA when EA comes out with a really dumb idea, but I've never played an EA game, right? I've lost hundreds, if not thousands of hours on EA stupid ideas. Right? I've been screwed by EA many, many times. Just like I've been screwed by Activision Blizzard many, many times. So, you know, am I biased? Yes. But I also have no problem calling out the good with the bad. Funny thing, it is on purpose. This is to make the load on their servers lighter, as to not have a player AFK on their servers, because the game is always online, even on campaign. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. Sadly. And it sucks, but what are you going to do?
Welcome aboard, Captain.
But, and here's the real bitch of it, okay? The real bitch of this whole thing is that people always want shit to change, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. However, if people keep buying the same shit over and over and over, they're not teaching these developers anything in terms of what they can and can't get away with. They'll just keep doing it because people are too stupid to not buy it. Zen is being mean to me because I'm drunk. Oh boy. How drunk are you? I need aerogel. Okay. That's what I need. Pretty drunk. How drunk is pretty drunk? Rubies? Wait a minute. I thought I had rubies. I'm thinking, like, in a devs reunion, like, how do we make an experience more confusing online 24/7, and even if you are, you can get kicked out of a solo campaign? They're not thinking about that, though, right? This is the stuff that I've been talking about for a while. They don't care about your experience. And they have not cared about your experience for a very long time. They care about making money, and that's it. That's all they care about. They just want to make as much money as possible. They don't care whether you like the game or not. Why? Very simple. Because it doesn't matter whether you like the game or not, you already bought it. Had 2 drinks. Well, how big were the drinks? Was it like 2 shots of vodka? Or were the drinks like this big? Black Ops 6 Zombies got praised because the devs added a save file for solo games, meaning you can play solo save, load it later, and you would be playing on the round you saved at. The issue, it is because they put a timer on you. They put a timer so you cannot be AFK. If you're AFK for 15 minutes plus, you will be forced out. Why? Because they don't want you to be wasting time on their servers, and it would be fine if the loading back into the game always worked, but of course it doesn't. Yeah, of course not. But again, unfortunately, that's a very Microsoft way of doing things, too. Sad but true. Two double shots of vodka and a Dr. Pepper. Wait, so you had a double shot of vodka and a Dr. Pepper, and then another double shot of vodka and a Dr. Pepper? Or was it 4 shots of vodka and a Dr. Pepper? No. Okay, Fafo, I think you're confusing two things here. You have to be connected to their servers to play the game. It does not matter whether you are in single player or whether you are in multiplayer. You have to be connected to their servers, period. Okay? On top of that, they also put an AFK system that kicks you if you're AFK for more than 15 minutes. Right? That way, you're not holding up resources on their server. The two things are not mutually exclusive, but in this case, the result of them being part of the game makes for a bad situation. Yeah, the game is only playable if you're online. Offline, it will not let you into the game. Exactly. Yeah. The first one. Okay, so you had a double shot and with a Dr. Pepper, and then another double shot with Dr. Pepper. Oh boy.
Online.
No wonder you're drunk. This applies for, obviously, the multiplayer, oddly for zombies, and stupidly for the campaign. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely it does. Ooh, wait a minute, wait. Hang on. Let me go back. There we go. They won't let you? What do you mean they won't let you? Is there like an allotted time? Because I'm not gonna lie, it's actually kind of funny. If there is. Or like a limit within a certain time frame kind of deal. That would actually be kind of funny if you exceeded it. I'll be honest. Count subs, and they went, nah, lady, you're not sending more subs to Mr. Streamer. Well, okay, but just know I really do appreciate all of the gifted subs. I really do. Holy shit, I really do. And thank you. Seriously.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
Oh, and depending on how long it takes to beat this game, because we still have a little bit of time before Alien Isolation, let Lance know. We might be looking at Blood Dragon next. Yep. Usually I'm not a Far Cry guy, but Blood Dragon? You can't go wrong with the soundtrack, I'm just saying. Everybody I've ever talked to about Far Cry universally says that Blood Dragon is one of their favorites by far. No, I already have that. This isn't a game that gets beat for a long while, honestly. I mean, again, it really depends on how long it takes for me to beat it, right? Like, we still have... Today's what, the 14th? So I've got 14 more days to beat this game at 6 hours apiece for 12 of them. Right? If I can't do that at 6 hours a night for 12 nights, that's a stupidly long game. My brother in Christ, neon lights, dinosaurs, how not? Yeah, exactly. That's exactly my point. Uh-oh. I got lay stuck. Doesn't matter, just keep going. Just go. Just go, just go, just go. Survive! Gotta crash soon too. Good luck with the Pepsi can. Thanks, Don. I appreciate you, buddy. Have yourself a great night. Always enjoy you being here. Am I now streaming later than usual? No. You know what it is, though? Daylight savings time. That's what it is. It's daylight savings time. So, daylight savings time just happened, right? So, at least here in the States. I don't know how it is in Mexico or like any other place. But daylight savings time just happened, I think, like a week or so ago. Maybe, you know, like maybe 2 weeks, something like that. Okay? Which means that everything was pushed back an hour for us. So if I start, it's at 7 p.m. Central US time, but because everything got pushed back, what used to be 7 p.m. Central is now 8 p.m., or I should say technically is 8 p.m. Central. It's stupid, but yeah, that's why. But Don, have yourself a good night, buddy. $12 of light here in Ecuador. Yeah. So chances are you don't, like, I don't even know if you guys deal with daylight savings time. I have no idea if you guys even deal with daylight savings. We do, but that's also because we're far enough from the equator where the sun is kind of actually one of those things that we don't have it for as long in our winter months. Right? So we're here, I'll show you. Daylight savings time. Okay. So... Okay. Actually, perfect example. This'll work. Okay. So the blue, from what I understand, is every country that deals, that actually uses daylight savings time. There are parts of Canada that don't, right? Arizona also does not do daylight savings time. Okay? So I am in this little like panhandle part of Florida down here. Okay? That is considered part of central US time. Now, say this area of Mexico could be central, right? This middle part to the right could very well be central time, right? Because of daylight savings time, for you, it's probably midnight right now. For me, it's just after 11 o'clock. So I'm actually an hour behind you right now. Now, when daylight savings time gets pushed forward again, which doesn't happen until the spring, then you and I will be in the same time. It's currently 10 p.m. for you over there. Okay, so if it's 10 p.m. for you, it's 11 p.m. for me, right? Which means that, generally speaking, I would actually be at, during the spring and summer and most of the fall, I would actually be 2 hours ahead of you. So here, I'll do this. Time zone map, right? Perfect, actually. Here's your time zone map. Okay? So I know it's not the best quality, but you'll understand. This is the best way to understand it, right? So I'm in the red, even though most of Florida is in the blue, but I'm in the red, right? So this portion of Canada, plus this portion of the United States, plus this portion of Mexico, plus some of the other Central American countries are all typically in the same time. But when daylight savings time hits in the United States, we actually get pushed an hour back. And we're doing that specifically because in the days of World War II, in the winter, the sun would come up earlier, but would also go down earlier in the day. So what they do is they make it, they have daylight savings time because it's quite literally trying to save as much daylight as possible. Because even with daylight savings time pushing everything back an hour, if you're on the East Coast or you're in Eastern time, or you're up in, say, like New England or New York or Washington, D.C., or even like Miami and stuff like that, you could still very well have a sunset at 3:30, 3:45 in the afternoon. So if it was regular time, you could be looking at that happening at 2:30, 2:45 in the afternoon. That's why the United States does it. It's not a perfect system either, by the way. It's not even remotely close to a perfect system. It's actually pretty fucked. And it usually screws with a lot of people. As a person that lives in an area that does not use daylight savings, thank you for making our clocks act weird that we get to work late. Yeah. Yeah. Trust me, I'm not the happiest person in the world about it either. Oh, he be waiting. Oh, that motherfucker be waiting. God damn, dude. Oh, he doesn't like me. It did happen to a coworker this week. Oh no. Yeah, it's stupid. I don't like daylight savings time, but you know, it is what it is, sadly. So you used to end at 11 p.m. for me. Does that mean you will now end at 12? So you said it's 10 for you, correct? It according to my clock right now, it is 11:23 p.m. So it would be anywhere between, say, like 10:23 and 10:25 p.m. for you right now, correct? So in a little over an hour and a half, I will be ending the stream, which means that for you, I will be ending at midnight. Yeah. And then when everything resets, I'll be ending at 11 p.m. for you. Because then I'll... Yeah. It's a really stupid thing. It's a really stupid thing. I think about the only thing it actually does really well, if I'm honest, is keep mostly everybody in the United States on the same time frame, right? So for instance, again, I'm Central US time, but then you have someone like Spoiled who is Eastern US time. But she also deals with daylight savings as well. So if I start at 7 o'clock my time, it's always going to be 8 o'clock her time. Fall back, spring forward. Yes. Yep. It's very, very complicated and very, very, in my opinion, stupid. But what are you gonna do? You know what I mean? A rogue cradle. Well, I don't know what that is, but I don't like it. Can't believe I never scanned that before. Weird. And we've been, I know for a long while, we've been trying to get rid of daylight savings time, like, nationwide. There, like, so many people want to get rid of daylight savings time. So many people. But unfortunately, it's also up to the politicians, and let's face it, most of the time, that's like the last thing they care about. Sadly.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Ooh, what are you? Who the fuck is that?
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
Creature egg. Oh. Well, fuck that noise. I don't want any. I gotta remember where to get rubies. I completely forget where I get rubies from. No, you idiot. There we go. Next week, my Steam Deck arrives. Very excited. Nice.
Passing 200 meters. Oxygen efficiency greatly decreased.
Ooh. Well, that's not good. There we go. Motherfucker just tried to eat my ass. Bro. Could not buy it from Valve as I could not use my address or payment options, so I had to get one from eBay. From the photos, I analyzed quite good. Looks to be in mint condition. It was cheaper than MSRP. Okay. That's not a bad thing. Okay, I need to get rubies. And I gotta remember where the hell I can get rubies from. I have no idea. Skyrim, oh god. Ow. Hang on. Let me look at something. Grand Reef, Sparse... Grand Reef, Lost River, and Deep Sparse Reef. Okay. That's the Blood Kelp Zone. Okay. Sea Trader's Path. Grand Reef. So it looks like I gotta go south. Apparently. I gotta head southwest. Holy shit. Wow. Monka. Why does this motherfucker want to eat my ass so bad? Jesus, bro. Okay, here. Wow. Okay, so Grand Reef is down here. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, this is the Grand Reef.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased. Passing 200 meters. Oxygen oxygen efficiency greatly decreased.
More rubies. Good. Oh. Owie. Why did that happen? Oh, because I'm so close to these thermal vents, I'm assuming. Inventory full. Fuck you. Jesus. Okay, it doesn't actually hurt that much. I mean, it still hurts, but could be a hell of a lot worse. There we go. Yeah, these thermal vents hurt. My God. Damn, they don't play around in the fucking reef, do they? The hell are these? A membrane tree. Interesting.
Welcome aboard.
Oop. Put stuff in your CMOS storage so you can pick up the... I just did, yeah. I just did that. Why did this stop? Oh, that's why.
Captain.
That's not an open one. Okay. Oh, what do we have? Hello. Thermal plant fragment. Fair. No. Moon pool fragment. No. None of these are open. At least it doesn't look that way. Nope. They're not open. Okay. Ooh, there might be some stuff in there, though. I just realized I could have bought Black Ops 7 on Steam and then refunded it. Just saw a guy do it on Twitter. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Scanner room fragment. Not what I wanted, but sure. Shit, there's kind of a ton of places here.
Seek fluid intake.
Okay. Boom.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Nice. Okay, so that's fine. No, I already have a scanner room. Okay, let's take a look at this biggin, though. That's a bad mamma jamma. There is a way in, though. I think. Nothing there. Okay, so I can get out this way. Not that I really want to, but... Okay, there is a door. Got it. Go back, get some air, and then I can cut that door. Okay, back out. Go get more air. Jesus Christ. The hell am I even doing in here? I'm not seeing anything. Oh.
New blueprint acquired.
Okay, fair enough. Now, let me take a look here. I still need Cyclops' hull. And some unknown one. Ooh, really? Nice. Hell yes, actually. Okay. Where am I? Oh boy, I got a lot to explore down here. Damn. Scanner room fragment again.
Like this. The only thing you really know is what you can put into words.
Warning, maximum depth reached.
Oh, oh,
Hull
oh, oh,
damage
oh, oh,
imminent.
oh. Okay, fair enough. Just trying to make sure I know where I am. Another warping asshole.
Warning, maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
Alright. Get the hell out of here. Because I did get some good stuff. And I don't want to lose it. Oh, by the way, I'm going to let you guys in on a little secret. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this little secret?
Welcome aboard, Captain.
So, with all the gifted subs and everything, and all the generosity that you guys have been giving, next month, I am going to be doing a couple of things, and one of them is making sure that I have the stuff that I need in terms of equipment to... Ooh, excuse me, I just shivered. To do the IRL stream next summer. The IRL stuff. Now, that doesn't include travel, that doesn't include food, that doesn't include, you know, getting a hotel or whatever. But at the very least, I can get, I'm pretty sure, damn near everything that I need for the equipment. I'm not even kidding. So, yeah. So, huge thank you to all you guys. Like, seriously, all the generosity, all the bits, all the gifted subs, all of it. It has helped. It is going to help a ton. Absolute fuck ton. And, I really want to do stuff next year. I really do. I want to go out. I want to be able to show you guys a lot of different places. And I really want you guys to enjoy special stuff like that. It's not stuff that I'll do all the time, right? But I really want you guys to be able to enjoy cool stuff, right? Go to New England. We can see the museums. We can see all the different history stuff. We can see, you know, stuff like, you know, Ren fairs and just cool things. You know what I mean? Just really cool things like that. Those are special occasions, right? And I want to be able to do that stuff with you guys. Like, next year, the tall ships are coming in to Boston. That only happens, like, once every 4 or 5 years. Right? That's something special. I want to be able to show you guys that stuff. So, yeah, you know. That's stuff that I want to do. That is stuff that I want to do. There's other ideas that I have in terms of stuff that I would like to do, but we'll have to see how it goes, for sure. But again, this is in no small part to you guys. Seriously, you guys are amazing. And to be able to go and even at least get the equipment needed is huge. Absolutely huge. Aerogel, yes. You like the posters? Yeah, I grabbed those from the ship. Okay, let me see how many I need. And my coffee machine. And the coffee machine works. Perfect. Nice. Many of the bases that occupy the upper part of the map are just gone. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. Torpedo system. There we go. And then I need... Hang on, let me double check. Blueprints. I have the depth blueprints, I believe, for Mark II and Mark III. Module Mark 1, plasteel, magnetite. Okay, where the hell do I get magnetite from? I need more rubies for 3. Okay. So plasteel, rubies. I can get rubies. That's easy. Rubies are nothing now. But I need to make the Mark II to make the Mark III. Gotcha. So magnetite, huh? Let me see. Jelly Shroom Caves and Mountains. Oh, really? I gotta go over to the mountains for magnetite. That's way up north. Okay. Yeah. So the mountains have magnetite. So I need to go get magnetite. Gotcha. Do that. Dump these for now. No, it's not what I wanted to do. There. There. Good. Nice. Oh, she's already fully charged. Okay. Gotcha. No, I haven't done that in a while, sadly.
Online.
So all my stuff is gone, for sure. No, I did that for about 2-3 months. But unfortunately, like, people just kind of stopped playing. And I don't necessarily say, I can't really say I blame them. You know, people get busy and so on, and it happens, right? It just means that everybody's going to be on the same thing, so it is what it is. It's a good game, it's fun, but they need to kind of unfuck themselves. Those motherfuckers. Damn, this is deep. Damn, this is deep. That's as far as I dare go right now.
Warning, maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
Nah, it's fine. Jesus Christ. I hate those things. Oh, fuck off. I can't even look at a map. Holy shit, guys. Bet you there's something in that box, but I can't even get out to look. Because these motherfuckers are all over the place. And all I want to do is kill them. Jesus, could you guys fuck off? Holy shit.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
Oh my god, dude. What the fuck, over? Okay, can't get in there. There's a cave in there. There's a thing over here I can't get to, because this guy's gonna be a flaming cockbag. Okay, nutrient block. That's food. I do like food. I can't wait to get torpedoes. That way I can come back and give these guys the righteous cock punch of justice and furious anger. That's scanner room. Bro. I swear to God, dude, I will be... You keep this shit up, man. You're gonna be the first one I punch in the dick. come on.
New blueprint acquired.
Okay, I'll come back. And I'll get that door open. But I gotta go get air. Why did I do that? Okay. Good. Good. There we go.
PRAWN Safety Instructions Appendix A14. Don't climb on or get off equipment while it's moving.
That's fair. Grab this and then head back. And then I got another door to cut.
Seconds.
Jesus.
New blueprint acquired.
Think that's it. Yep, I think that's it.
Seconds.
Okay, can't get in that door, period. Nice.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Thank you. Fuck off, dude. You fucking shit ass. Oh, there's one down there I gotta grab. Fuck. You dirty motherfucker. Come on, 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 come on. Thank you. I don't know what I just grabbed, but I did. Okay, get the fuck out of here. At least for the moment. That's a Cyclops engine fragment, I think, maybe? That's another drill arm. Motherfucker!
acquired.
Yep. Been playing Arc Raiders. It's been fun. I've heard it was fun. My only issue with Arc Raiders is their usage of AI, from what I understand. I could very well be wrong, but I want to say they were kind of the big perpetrators of that. Wasn't it them that was like really hitting it hard? They were really hitting the AI hard for that game. Some of the enemies use machine learning. There was one game, and I remember, if that's all it is, then that's not terrible at all. I'll be the first to say that. That's not terrible whatsoever. But, there was one game that was, like, supposedly being really, really criticized, and I thought it was Arc Raiders, for, their heavy use. Yeah, I mean, if it's enemy AI, that doesn't bother me. Enemy AI doesn't bother me whatsoever. That's all it is? Yeah, then I don't care. That's whatever. I'm surprised they didn't do that before. Does use AI, but it is not in a problematic level. That's totally fair. Again, my biggest issue with AI is when it, like,
Welcome aboard, Captain.
when it becomes a problem. And maybe it was because I saw the article and it was next to an Arc Raiders thing that I'm confusing the two. Oh, okay, wait a minute. This is from IGN. This is 3 days ago. Arc Raiders publisher defends generative AI use, insists every game company is now using it. Which, to be fair, they're not wrong. But there's a difference between generative AI and other versions of AI. Big difference. And of course, it's fucking Nexon. Suggesting players should assume that every game company is now using AI. I'll say this again, right? AI doesn't bother me, generally speaking. It's how it's used and what they're using it for that bothers me, right? AI's been around for a very, very long time in one form or another for most video games. If you have enemies that you have to kill, even as far back as the PlayStation 1, assume that it's being controlled by some form of artificial intelligence. Just assume. Because it may be an early version, but it does qualify. 100%. Arc Raiders, like developer embarks 2023 shooter The Finals. I remember The Finals. That was... oof. Declares it uses AI in development, stating on its Steam store page, during the development process, we may use procedural, that's not generative, and AI-based tools to assist with content creation. In all such cases, the final product reflects the creativity and expression of our own development team. Embark expanded on this with PC Games N recently, saying Arc Raiders in no way uses generative AI whatsoever. Arc Raiders publisher defends generative AI use. Arc Raiders in no way uses generative AI whatsoever. What? I'll keep reading. And stress that it instead used something called machine learning or reinforcement learning, and that's to do with the locomotion for our larger drones with multiple legs, but there's no generative AI content whatsoever. So if there's no generative AI content whatsoever, then why are they defending it? This is what I was talking about before, right? How they editorialize shit. They're not defending generative AI. They're saying we don't use generative AI. Assume every company uses some form of AI. We're using machine learning or reinforcement learning, but we don't use generative AI whatsoever. However, in the same interview, design director Virgil Watkins added that with regards to its controversial text-to-speech system, it hired and contracted voice actors for it. It's part of their contract that we use AI for this purpose. And that allows us to do things like our ping system, where it's capable of saying every single item name, every single location name, and compass directions. That's how we can get that without needing to have someone come in every time we create a new item for the game. So what they're saying is they hired probably voice actors. The voice actors probably went through God knows how many different thousands of words. They recorded all of them. And then hopefully the contract states that, you know, they're giving permission to use their voice in AI for future developments and so on and so forth. And that they get paid for that. Now, in a fresh interview with GameSpark, as translated by Automaton, Young-Hoon Lee, CEO of Arc Raiders publisher Nexon, not only championed AI for improving efficiency in both game production and live service operations, which, by the way, I agree, it does, but also stated, I think it's important to assume that every game company is now using AI. Again, agreed. First of all, I think it's important to assume that every game company is now using AI, but if everyone is working with the same or similar technologies, the real question becomes, how do you survive? I believe it's important to choose a strategy that increases your competitiveness. Now, again, this is somebody coming from the aspect of a player, first and foremost. I understand what they're saying from a business level, but I think they should be more worried about the experience and not the business strategy. I understand they have to make money, but yeah. It certainly feels as though Lee's comment rings true. EA CEO Andrew Wilson said that AI is the very core of our business, and Squeenix recently implemented mass layoffs and reorganized, saying it needed to be aggressive in applying AI. Dead Space creator Glenn Schofield also recently detailed his plans to fix the industry, in part via the use of generative AI in game development. And former God of War dev Megan Morgan Junio said, if we don't embrace AI, I think we're selling ourselves short. And to be fair, I do agree. AI is here and here to stay. And there are definitely 1,000,000% absolutely ways in which AI can be used and should be used and can be used ethically. So people aren't just losing their jobs time and time again. But EA doing mass layoffs, Square Enix doing mass layoffs, Krafton doing mass layoffs, and then trying to buy people out of their contracts, that's not very ethically. It just isn't. That's just a way of making money, making more money, because instead of paying people what they're owed, all they have to do is pay a $300 a month subscription. And there you go. That's it. Conversely, Nintendo has bucked the trend, with Nintendo Shigeru Miyamoto previously stressing that the company would rather go in a different direction than the rest of the video game industry when it comes to AI. Now, to be fair, I don't necessarily disagree with Miyamoto either. I like the fact that they're sticking to their guns on this. That's fine. I think we need more game companies that do this. It's going to take longer, but yeah. That said, the use of AI clearly hasn't held Arc Raiders back. It's now sold over 4 million copies worldwide, less than 2 weeks since its release date, cementing its commercial success. Nexon also revealed that the Extraction shooter had reached a huge concurrent count of 700,000 players across all platforms. Arc Raiders raises the bar for extraction shooters pretty much across the board, with an incredibly gripping progression grind, tense fights against NPCs and other players that make for memorable matches, and loot that feels completely worth all the work and stress it takes to obtain it. We wrote in IGN's Arc Raiders review, which returned an amazing 9 out of 10. The fact that it manages to also run well and look amazing all the while is just downright impressive, even if a few bugs here and there lead to a rare rage quit. For years I've been wondering when someone would take the awesome promise of this genre to the next level, and Arc Raiders is without question what I've been waiting for, which is great. This is tempting you jumping into Arc Raiders. Please check out our guide at the best settings to find out what skills we recommend unlocking first, and see how to earn loot by delivering Field Depot crates. Okay. They're implementing it in a way that it learns in a way off players and the environments of the enemies that doesn't include Gen AI. I hate how IGN, and this is why IGN gets as much flack as it does. Literally at no point in this article did it say that they were using Gen AI or that they were defending Gen AI. They're talking about AI in general, and they're using machine learning in order to get what they want for the desired effect. But then IGN turns around and says, oh, well, they defend Gen AI. No, they don't. And again, I'm not even necessarily saying generative AI is bad, but that's just a flat out lie. That's literally all it is. They're just flat out fucking lying. This whole article, from the title itself, is a complete lie. Vicky Blake, you should be fucking ashamed of yourself. Like, seriously, you should absolutely be ashamed of yourself to use such a blatant fucking rage and clickbait title and try and put Arc Raiders in a bad light because they're using machine learning, which is basically, from my understanding, just an evolution of the same kind of AI that we've been used to for years when it comes to enemies. Well, yeah, but it says it was updated on the same date 1 minute later, so chances are it was probably a typo or something. This is why people right here. This right here is why people hate you, IGN. Seriously, this is why people hate you, IGN. All they care about is clicks. Absolutely. That's it. They're not being objective. They're editorializing, and they're trying to change the narrative of what was said. And people wonder why, or, IGN wonders why people don't trust them and why people trust them less and less, like they did Kotaku for a while. Yeah, let's see. IGN BF6 review. Let's do the multiplayer review. Multiplayer reviews 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10 for the multiplayer, which totally fair. I think that's totally fair. 8 out of 10? Absolutely. I can see that 100%. It's great. That's multiplayer. Okay? Now let's go back. Campaign review. Something completely different. 5. Mediocre. Again, and I said this before, because we read this article, the campaign itself is not supposed to be heavy story-wise. It's not supposed to be even in the same scope as what you get with Black Ops or Modern Warfare, right? The campaign teaches you how to use all the different systems for the multiplayer, which is quite literally the entire, like, it's like 90% of the game itself. You're only looking at like, you're probably actually looking at more like 95% of the entire game experience. 5% is only going to be spent on the campaign because it's just training. That's it. That's really all it is. You get to see all the cool stuff. You don't have to sit there and worried about being sniped as soon as you spawn in and like all that crap, right? Now, Black Ops 7 review. 6 out of 10 campaign. Again, I think that's generally speaking, yeah. 6, it's okay. It's a wild one thanks to the scope of its ambition, but the big swings it takes don't always land, leaving it an uneven step down from last year. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. Multiplayer review. So far, okay. Ooh. So yeah, this is so far, but let me do IGN. Campaign review, multiplayer review. 12 minutes ago? Okay, what is this? Oh, multiplayer tips and tricks. I don't give a shit about that. Yeah, they don't even have a review for multiplayer yet. They don't even have one. They just have it for the campaign. It's just... It's ridiculous. It really is ridiculous. Seamoth torpedo system. There it is. Okay. Let me check storage on this one. We're good. Okay. There. I'm assuming I need torpedoes, though, right?
All systems online.
So how do I fire the torpedoes? Exit the vehicle and restock the torpedo bay. Okay. And it's only one up. Yeah, here's the thing, right? I think, and I'm gonna be honest, I think when it comes to, I think it's more an indictment of the problem of Black Ops that it's a 6 versus the score that Battlefield gets for its campaign, which is quite literally only meant to be training for the multiplayer, which gets a 5. There has never been, in all the years that I've been playing Battlefield, a good campaign. It's there, it's flashy, but the story itself is always, we're at war. Okay. Fair enough. We're at war. Got it. Done. Understood. It is the barest of plots, but it is there specifically to give you all the things that you need in order to go into the multiplayer and do what needs to be done better than if they just threw you to the wolves. So a 5? Yeah, I could see that. But a 6 on a campaign for any Call of Duty? Oof. Oof. Black Ops 7's campaign seemed more like a campaign in general compared to BF6. Absolutely. Because it was designed that way. Absolutely designed that way. It was supposed to be a story. It's supposed to be an overarching story over the Modern Warfare and Black Ops franchise, which are now one and the same. So it's like, giving them a 6 is an indictment of how crap they are, versus Battlefield that's it's literally there just for training wheels. That's it. That's all it is. So, people really need to get their heads out of their asses. Like, now, here's the thing. I'm not saying that Black Ops 7's campaign is good. Not even remotely close. And you will not get me to play it. Not whatsoever. I have no interest in it whatsoever. I'm never going to be playing it because to me it just doesn't make any sense, and I can't stand what they've done with the franchise in general. So there you have it, right? Having said that, it's still a massive disappointment that they can't put together a campaign that's actually worth anybody's time. They just don't know what the fuck they're doing? You're right. They absolutely don't. I didn't get any magnetite. That's... fuck. Okay. They quite literally lost the plot, and it shows. So, from what I understand, here's the biggest issue, right? The biggest issue that I have heard when it comes to Black Ops in general, or I should just say Call of Duty in general, is that they keep relying on the same things over and over and over. Psychological and chemical warfare. That's it. Anything and everything else doesn't matter. So but they just keep using the same bullshit over and over again. So what you end up getting is basically a fucked up acid trip. And when you're not in a fucked up acid trip, you're just doing the same thing over and over again, which is chemical weapons are going to be fired on insert country here to start war. But they carry the flag of insert fake country here to blame it on them so that everybody goes to war. That's it. It was fine when it was just psychological. Then they went full-blown. Well, no, see, that's the thing. It's not fine that they went full-blown psychological because they've been doing psychological for so long. And the problem is that they also don't understand what they don't understand what else they can do with psychological. It's always got to be some sort of gas that basically puts you on fucking lewds, or is the equivalent of giving you about 10 hits of acid all at the same time, and that's it. That's all it's ever been. You can do so much more with psychological than they could ever come up with. But either they don't know how, or they're too chicken shit to do it. You want psychological? Sure. I'll give you psychological. How about instead of just shooting people in the campaign, you have to make a decision, right? And that decision is either your squad of 3 or 4 people die, or something along the lines of there's a room and you can pull a switch. I don't even have to go into the specifics, right, in terms of like how everything's going to work, but you could like flip a switch or hit a button and the door will automatically lock in this room and it will kill everybody in the room. It'll set them on fire and they'll burn alive. But the catch is that you've also got 20 hostages in that room. So it's either you and the 2 or 3 other people that you're with die, or the overwhelming force in that room plus 20 innocents burn alive, and you have to watch it. There's your psychological. But they don't want to do that. They just want to do, no, gas. That's it. It's like it's turning into a Saw movie. Gas, 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 gas. You can do psychological in so many ways that get the point across better than how they do it. But it's always gas. Some type of gas, some type of chemical weapon in gaseous form, and then you get exposed to it, and it turns into basically Inception. That's it. That's all it is. That's all it ever is. Or it turns into fucking Night of the Living Dead. That's their version of psychological, and that's how it's been for a long time. Very long time. They don't want to sit there and take the psychological horror and personal psychological aspect of something, of a decision that you have to make a statement that, okay, the actions that you have done do have consequences and people are going to get hurt. Why? Because it hurts their bottom line and they run the risk, although they'd probably get more accolades for it, and they'd also probably get more mature people playing if there was a decision that had to be made where it's you and your 3 squad mates in the campaign die, or the enemy force plus hostages who are innocent civilians burn alive. And then you have to watch them scream and writhe on fire until they die. Right? They could do that. They have done that in the past. The original MW3, no Russian. What do? You go in with a heavily armed squad of Russians and shoot up an entire airport of innocent civilians, and you are mowing them down left and right. There's your psychological. And they don't treat it as, oh, yeah, no, this is cool. No, they treat it with the seriousness that it deserves. But they don't do that anymore. It's just gas. That's it. It's always just gas. That's all they do now. They're too chicken shit. Or they just don't know how to do it anymore. And it's really sad. It's really, really sad. Because I can tell you right now, MW3, I was haunted. I was absolutely haunted when it came to Modern Warfare 3 because of no Russian. And I think that's a good way to feel. I think that's a very good way to feel about it. Is to feel haunted and to feel bothered by an action that you have to take. To show you that war is not just all fun and running around and fucking combat sliding and doing a 360 no scope with a fucking sniper rifle and like doing all the, doing this wall running and wall jumping and all this fucking parkour bullshit that doesn't happen whatsoever anyway. It's haunting. It's supposed to be uncomfortable. That's the point. But like you said, chances are all the people who know how to do it were probably either quit or got fired a while ago. And they don't want to acknowledge that they don't have the talent anymore and they don't have the creativity anymore. And that's really sad. That's really, really sad because they used to be on top of their game. And that's why for the longest time they were kicking Battlefield's ass. Well, guess what? Battlefield's back, baby. And if they keep it up, they ain't fucking going nowhere. And we're going to get a hell of a lot more 6s and 5s from Call of Duty than we will from Battlefield. Simple as that. Military-themed storytelling shouldn't be comforting. Wholeheartedly agree. Wholeheartedly agree. Here's another thing. Here, again, going back to the old Call of Duty stuff. Call of Duty World at War, right? Do you remember fighting the Japanese in the campaign and using the flamethrower on them and having to listen to them scream at the top of their lungs while they are essentially covered in napalm? And they run around for a couple of seconds, and then they're on the ground and they're writhing, still screaming. And you, by the way, cannot put a bullet in their head to stop their suffering. So if you use that flamethrower, you're literally forced to listen and watch as what in that world is essentially another person burning alive. That's not comfortable, and it shouldn't be. And that's the whole point. That's absolutely the entire point. They're not gritty anymore. They're just, oh, fuck it, new video game with shooties. Then they go, well, we kind of need something serious. Okay, gas. That's it. That's all they do now. And it sucks. It does. But, I mean, what are you going to do? War should not be a comforting thing. It should be real and riveting. Absolutely it should. And this is something that I think that they should take from movies, right? They have no problem, spending God knows how much for a massive budget to make a Call of Duty title, right? But if there's one thing that they should take from movies, it's that I can't think of, since 1990, or actually even farther back, since the 1970s, any war movie that has glorified war. I can't think of one. Apocalypse Now sure as shit didn't glorify it. Good Morning Vietnam didn't glorify it. The Killing Fields didn't glorify it. Saving Private Ryan, The Thin Red Line, Code Talkers. None of them glorified it. None of them. Dunkirk is another one. Yep. Dunkirk didn't glorify it. They all show war in as ugly of a presentation as they possibly can, depending on the things that were done. Oh, We Were Soldiers is another perfect example, right? It's not fun. It is war. The Tomahawk film. What Tomahawk film? Like Bone Tomahawk? Yeah, I liked Bone Tomahawk. I thought Bone Tomahawk was great. With Kurt Russell? I think it was Kurt Russell. Yeah, Bone Tomahawk was an awesome movie. But yeah, I mean, there's been movies, and I can't even remember what they're called. There was one that I watched, and I want to say it was like maybe 2 years ago, something like that. It might have been last year too. I'm not entirely sure. And it was about westward expansion and the U.S. cavalry dealing with the Native Americans and slaughtering Native Americans. And it had Christian Bale, and I can't remember who the others were. I know that there were a lot of Native American actors in it. And it was... The story itself was kind of the barest of plots, but the whole point was more to show the suffering and the pain and the ugliness that the U.S. brought onto the Native Americans. And that's okay, because it did that really, really well. It did that really well. And I can't remember the name of the movie, but it was really, really, really good. And Activision Blizzard doesn't want to do that. They don't want to do that whatsoever. Like, think about it this way, and here's the reason why they don't do it, by the way. Do you think that if Tim the Tatman had to, while playing a Call of Duty game, right? If Tim the Tatman had to play a Call of Duty game, and every time he went to kill someone with a knife kill, right? Let's say it's a knife kill. Let's say he goes up behind somebody and he goes to shank him, right? If every time Tim the Tatman went to go do that, you literally saw their character, or Tim's character, pull the person's head back to expose the throat and slice it open, and all the blood and viscera come out, while listening to them choke on their own blood bubbles. and have to listen to the death rattle? Do you think Tim the Tatman would enjoy that? You see what I mean? It's because of the people that play it as much as it is just them making money and going, oh yeah, war's fun. But you're going to be very, very, very hard pressed, unfortunately, to find a video game that shows just how awful war is. Right? You're going to be very hard pressed to find that, sadly. It just is what it is. But Call of Duty is definitely one of the biggest perpetrators of trying to make war fun, for sure. They absolutely are. They 100% are, and it's sad. It's really sad. But, I mean, what are you going to do, right? So, it's... I don't know if there's any good answer other than Activision, get your shit together. You know what I mean? You found it. Okay, what's the name of it? Actually, I should probably save here. There we go. Yeah, I've seen Apocalypse Now. Apocalypse Now is an old movie. Old movie. That's one of the movies I listed. I've seen Apocalypse Now. I've seen Platoon. I've seen Good Morning Vietnam. I've seen all of that stuff. Yeah, I've watched pretty much every and any war movie from, say, like the 1950s on. Yeah. Apocalypse Now is huge. Absolutely. Yeah, it was fucked, and that's kind of the whole point. So's Full Metal Jacket. Think about it this way. Everybody remembers the first portion of Full Metal Jacket with R. Lee Ermey. Do you suck dicks? Are you a Peter Puffer? Right? Everybody knows those lines. Everybody knows those lines with R. Lee Ermey. Nobody talks about how Private Pyle shot his DI and then put the gun in his own mouth and blew his brains out all over the back of the bathroom wall. And then even less people talk about the absolute atrocities that you see from both sides once the main characters are in country. Nobody talks about that second half. Nobody. Apocalypse Now, Full Metal Jacket, Platoon, Hamburger Hill, Good Morning Vietnam. The list goes on and on and on. They don't treat war like a video game. They don't treat war like it's a good thing. And you know what? I will even give credit, and I mean this, I will even give credit to Pearl Harbor. I know a lot of people shit on Pearl Harbor, and I get it. I can understand it. But one of the biggest things that Pearl Harbor, the movie, did is show people just how backed into a corner Japan thought they were, and it also showed why the US did what they did, as well as showing the absolute carnage that was the attack on Pearl Harbor. Now, the whole love story thing sucked, but even they went to great lengths to make sure that nobody saw that movie as fun. So, in that sense, I have to give credit where credit's due. You know what I mean? And there are tons and tons of movies that do it right, but for whatever reason, Call of Duty is, at best, Call of Duty is nothing more than a fucking... If we were going to equate it to a movie, it's nothing more than a really shitty B-movie that doesn't get the point at all. It misses the point. So, yeah. But that is going to be it for me for tonight. I do want to thank everybody for hanging out and for being here and for watching. I'm sorry about the late start tonight. I know I started on time technically, but I had to go clean some stuff up, and that was my fault, and it took a lot longer than I wanted it to, but it is what it is. Everything's fine now. I will be back later on today, and I will be starting on time. Okay. But we had Aelin coming in with a total of 40 gifted subs tonight. Holy fuck. Thank you so much, Aelin. I really, really appreciate that. We also had Sophia coming in with 500 bits. Thank you so much. I really, really, really appreciate all of that. And I appreciate all the love and all the generosity that all of you have been showing over the last few days. You guys are amazing, and I can't say it enough. I love you guys. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't still be here. And I truly, truly, truly mean that. And I don't mean monetarily. I mean in general. My job is to try and take you guys out of reality for a while and have fun, talk about dumb shit, things that typically don't matter to anybody else, bitch about movies, bitch about video games, do stupid things, laugh, cry, see cool stories, and so on. And I'm glad that you guys find it in me. I really, really am. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I really, really appreciate it, and I appreciate every single one of you. You guys are amazing. I will be back later on today, but until I see you all then, have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another, stay safe, stay frosty, and of course, the #1 golden rule around here, try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I